um, so I could quote it as best as I can. Let me start with the part about Mr. Pichel. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
To catch you up, they're embarrassing themselves again.
It's funny that he mentions Mr. Pichel because just a few weeks ago, the guy that he was so upset that I was speaking to at the last meeting, the president of the FOP, told me that Mr. Pichel had called one of the members of their board of directors to tell him that he had dirt on Francis Suarez and he had dirt on Joe Carollo if they wanted to meet with him so he could give it to them. Now, let me go into the part on Mr. Pichel. It says here, I understand that Pichel works or has worked as a private investigator gathering dirt for Commissioner Carollo and other elected officials. Now, I don't know if he means you guys, if he means the county, the state, federal elected officials, but I'm the only one that he named by name. Now, it's not one iota, not one, of proof of evidence to back this up. Mr. Manager, has he given you anything to have backed this statement that he put down here?
No, sir.
Now, let me be perfectly clear again. I have never, absolutely never have hired Mr. Pichel to be a private investigator for me, nor has Mr. Pichel been a private investigator for me. Gratis. Never. I can't be more clear. Now, besides other reasons that I'm going to talk about here, I know why he put this here. So,
Goober?
don't think you're sly, because you're not. I've taken on much smarter guys than you.
I doubt it.
And they're not around anymore. In fact, one that
They're not
thought
around.
he could hide behind the badge too,
Where are they?
went to jail. A former police chief that we had. And he said much worse things. Much worse things. So what I'm seeing from him is not an A attack. It's like more like a D minus.
Question, Commissioner.
This here,
Commissioner, just
No,
a question,
no.
please. A question,
No, no,
question of order, if I could.
no, listen.
I just need to understand.
Chairman, look,
Commissioner.
you're not going to rush me, okay?
Here we
If
go.
you
I'm
want
not
to
trying to
rush
rush
me,
you.
we're going to have a vote right now,
I think he's
Commissioner.
Russian.
okay?
Commissioner.
No, I'm telling you, you're not
I have
going to
a
rush
question for you, Commissioner.
me. You have a question for me?
I do.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
There was a resolution passed on Monday by this body to begin an investigative process. And my understanding of that investigative process, it does not involve us as commissioners. That Commissioner Watson is the chair, can issue subpoenas, that an external investigator is going to take up everything within that memo. But my question to you is the intention here today to actually start that investigation on this dais? And that's my concern.
No,
because
sir.
my concern is we're actually affecting the investigation.
I am
No.
not affecting an investigation, but what I am not going to do is be a punching bag. So all this mud that he's thrown, his allies out there are using it to smear me with lies. And this is the only place that I can actually be able to answer it from, okay? And this is what I'm doing. Now, the mayor, and this is where this is going to, knows this is a bunch of baloney. He knows it.
Baloney.
But the intent was to see if he could get the mayor and myself into a fight over this. To see if the mayor would believe that I was the one behind this whole brouhaha. Now, further, he did it so that when Mr. Pichel would be arrested or the warrant would be put out against him, that I, in the media, would be the one that they would be suspecting. Gee, it was Carollo that was behind this.
It seems suspicious.
And he even used the editorial board of the Miami Herald, should I say the new Miami Herald, because they're very different from the old Miami Herald. And in that editorial board, they even went as far as saying that I did all this and said all this against Hubert
Humphrey?
Arturo Acevedo because I was trying to get at the mayor because I had this political fighting with the mayor. That it was political because I was trying to go at the mayor. Well, I hate to break this news to them, but the mayor in May of this year gave me a very nice fundraiser. The mayor and I have had an extremely good relationship
Oh, kinky.
for going on almost 2 years now.
Really? Tell us more.
I don't know where these people are at,
Yeah.
or if this might be what a friend of mine from one of the oldest Anglo-American families of Miami told me the other day when he called after seeing all these false allegations, all one-sided, that they wouldn't call us even to comment. And he said, Joe, this new Herald, this is the palace of malice where the truth doesn't matter. And this is why he put this here, to try to cause a division within our government and then to zig the dogs out of hell against me. And I hope the writers at the Herald today, they got so much run and with their editorial board in the last meeting. In fact, I'll tell you one article that I read that was very balanced. Houston Chronicle's article is fairly balanced. But boys, slow down on that medical marijuana. You get too much, you get your head all wound up, and you can't get everything that's been set up here. Now, let me go on to one of the other points that I want to make on this memo.
Oh, there's a
And
point to
that's
this?
the manager, 'cause
Get on with it, will you? What the hell
let's
is he
just
even
do what
saying?
you're saying, Commissioner. In the next 45 days, 60 days, they're going to repeat and repeat, and every story they come up with, it'll be the same thing, the same lie, repeated again and again. And that's the one about the district, where he was saying, here it is.
Then why don't you
He was
Was there any
saying
doubt that Florida was going to be the one to eventually end the world?
Arroyo and Diaz-Leportilla provided the Miami Police Department with target lists of establishments, which they claim are engaged in criminal activity and have pointed the finger at establishments in each other's districts, meaning Commissioner Diaz-Leportilla has pointed to establishments in District 3, where I'm at, and that I have pointed to establishments in District 1, where he's at. And it says, causing the Miami Police Department to investigate business establishments based on nothing more than the whims of Commissioners Arroyo and Diaz de la Portilla. Mr. Manager, I had asked you to provide to me this list that he claims that I had provided to him to go at establishments in Diaz de la Portilla's district. I think we all remember here that there was a meeting, I believe it was back in April or so, that Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, even though I wasn't thrilled in the way he expressed it, and I think he was wrong, I certainly know that he has every right as a commissioner to have brought out what he perceived might be establishments in other districts. In this case, it was mine, and I believe Commissioner Reyes, that had problems. This is right, publicly, that, begin with my district, when we created an additional form of a task force that has been going out there reviewing from prostitution to drugs to what have you, illegal that are over the occupancy load, et cetera. And I will tell you publicly, I never gave Chief Acevedo any kind of list of any kind in Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla's district for the simple reason that I don't know his district that well. It was a long time ago that I was mayor, and I don't go that often over there.
You're welcome anytime.
Well, I appreciate it, but I don't go that often over there. I got enough in my district, and I don't go that often over there. So I will know where to even begin giving him the first place. As far as my district, I stated that I wanted to have him begin in my district, and the list that I wanted him to start with was the one that Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla mentioned. And I think, little by little, that has been done in the city. Now, my question to you, Mr. Manager, did you request of the Chief of Police to provide you with that list?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you have the list?
I do not have that list. I have, the only list that I have in hand is the list that District 1 provided.
The who?
District 1 provided immediately after.
Mr. Who?
District 1.
Oh, District 1. Okay.
Provided
Mr. Who?
from His office staff.
Horton, here's a
It's the
who.
only list I have.
Yeah, but he said that publicly. So
Right,
that's-
but for
Just a
clarification,
moment.
no, hold on a
You're
second,
recon-
yeah, for
I would like to
clarification,
recognize-
that's important. The list was emailed from my
Yeah.
chief of staff to you.
Now they're making lists.
CC
We're in big
the
trouble.
chief.
Correct.
That's the way it was
went-
done.
It came through me.
And then those two additional emails, which I'll make public now, it's a public record, waiting for the copies, for follow-up, sent to you, CC the chief. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So through the proper channels, I noticed, and it wasn't only in one district, Commissioner, it included others, so for clarification.
And I said that
It's
there.
important because I never had any communication directly with the chief on any of this. I went through you.
Correct.
That's the only thing I wanted to clarify, Commissioner, and that's all I want to say for now.
That-
You
that's
recognize
fine,
Commissioner
but
Arroyo.
Here, Mr. Acevedo makes a huge allegation
Allegations.
that he knew, because there's no doubt in my mind, he had talks with certain people before he put this together, and certainly after he's had talks with them. And when you ask him for the list, he provided, or the department, someone that he asked to, provided you the list that Commissioner Diaz de Portilla alluded to, that was a public record when he stated before. But he can't provide any list from me, can he?
Look at this guy. Jesus. These are the leaders of
provided.
Miami.
Well, Mr. Manager,
Leaders.
if you asked for that to be provided and you only get his, aren't you beginning to feel that there's a little bit of an insubordination? If they got
Insubordination,
some
you don't
mysterious
say.
list, and they're not providing it to you?
Well, it's not insubordination if the list doesn't exist.
Well, that's right.
Then
So,
why?
Thank
Wait
you
a-
for putting that on the record.
Thank you. It's on the record.
So,
Look at him.
go to another one of the accusations
Doesn't exist.
that he's throwing in here. He, let's see,
Join me on Twitch. Oh, that's what I wanted to say to all my
this one, the
streams.
most outrageous one of them all,
Outrageous.
because it's lodged
Hold on.
against our whole police department. Especially, he knows that all the baloney he wrote down against any of us,
Starving.
he'd be laughed out of the Justice Department, the FBI, if they're going to investigate all those ridiculous allegations, because they're local issues, and he knows that. But he did throw a piece of meat to see if somebody would bite, and here it is. Furthermore, since my arrival at Miami Police Department in April, I have uncovered a pattern of unlawful use of force by officers. And in some instances, the chain of command has covered up the unlawful use of force by some officers. I'm going to get into that a little later as to who this might be, but in the meantime, Mr. Manager, you stated to us on Monday that the only time, and correct me if I'm wrong in paraphrasing,
You're wrong.
what you stated, paraphrasing. You stated to us on Monday that the only time that Mr. Acevedo had come to you with any such complaints was the week before. In other words, the week that he wrote that memo, I guess on a Friday, and it was very lightly, just passing comment. And is that correct or not?
Yes, I haven't received any formal briefing with regards to any detail identifying any of those officers that you're referencing.
Okay.
The reference made to me was in conjunction with another meeting we had on a multitude of topics. So it was just referenced to me as a concern he had in
Well,
general.
Mr. Manager, don't you think that if indeed any of this is true, and is so grave that he's going to the Justice Department and the FBI to muddy the reputation of our police department and every officer in that department, that he not only had an obligation, but a duty to have come to you before he wrote this, to certainly have come to you now and shown you what is going on?
I would absolutely agree with that. Yeah, he should have come to me before this memo was.
Thank you. Last but not least, on the topics that I'm going to talk here, and I'm going to the ones that are been lodged at me in particularly, that includes others in some cases, but also our men and women of the police department in the city of Miami. That they might not all be perfect, they might have faults like we all do and in every other police department in America, but they don't deserve this, and particularly from their own chief. This one has to do that he says that
What? Oh, yeah. Join me
they
on Twitch.
investigated
To all my other streams that are not on
corruption
Twitch. Come to Twitch.
code enforcement.
Follow the Twitch.
and
We'll talk about
as
Twitch.
previously stated, the Miami Police Department investigation did not uncover any evidence to support Carollo's claim. Now,
And thank you for welcoming to Twitch.
Mr.
Welcoming
Manager,
me.
have you been given, and you've asked for it, I'm assuming, did you ask for close-on memos and investigations that were done by Internal Affairs or anybody in our department
Yes, sir.
on any corruption investigation or potential corruption investigation in code enforcement?
I have asked for that, yes.
Have you gotten any?
No, I have not.
Not
Can
at
this
all.
guy speak up or what? The other guy. Come on. We
another
can't.
example.
I want to hear this.
And I know for a fact
He doesn't
that
know.
no legitimate investigation could have been conducted because they didn't have the information to know even where to begin an investigation on.
What? They didn't know what they
That's
didn't know.
what
It's
I'm
the
being
unknown
said. I am gonna
unknowns
touch upon
that are
the
unknown. Remember
Something in
that.
This memo, this will be the last one.
Yeah. There's another one. I need some papers.
Let me,
I want to clink some papers and. It's the unknown unknowns that are unknown.
says,
Remember that.
another example of Commissioner Carollo's malfeasance occurred on July 31st, 2021, a Patria y Vida event held at Bayfront Park. Excuse me, I heard some there. I want to make sure that Mr. Acevedo is not here wanting to arrest me because I'm not going to, give him any pushback. Here are my hands. Okay? But it's got to be him. He's got to be brave enough to look me eyeball to
Nobody knows
eyeball.
what he's talking about. This is
Okay? I guess it's not him.
this is the tough guy. He's got to come look me in the eye. Look me somewhere.
So going back, he says
Oh
that
God, he's still going on.
Commissioner Carollo's malfeasance occurred on July 31st, 2021,
Ah,
at a Patria y Vida event
oi.
held at Bayfront Park. During this event, I worked all day. God almighty,
Ay,
sounds
Dios
like,
mío.
He was working for minimum wage. This guy gets paid slightly over 4 times his pay and benefits, slightly over 4 times what my pay and benefits are, and I guarantee you, I put a heck of a lot more hours than he does. And you'll soon see what I'm talking about. He says, during this event, I worked all day. Commissioner Carollo became upset because, according to him, there were agitators in the crowd.
Agitators.
Carollo told me to arrest those
Professional.
communists and get them the hell out of here. And he puts this a quote. I immediately directed investigators to keep an eye in the area that Carollo was complaining about. I now understand that Carollo was incensed that Miami Police Department did not immediately make arrests as he directed. In fact, Commissioner Carollo had publicly accused me of being too busy taking selfies with the crowd and spending time in crowds in retaliation for my refusal to arrest and remove his enemies
Retaliation.
and those who were exercising their First Amendment rights. Boy, that sounds good, don't it?
That sounds fantastic.
I'll give you the real facts now. The real facts are
Oh, the real
that while
facts?
he's pounding his chest and that he worked all day, from the Miami Police Department, the assistant chief that worked the whole week before with our officers going through the plant that was going to be conducted on that day and helping on security assessments. And that was Assistant Chief Morales. Somehow, I don't know where he was at that week, but he was not in town, Acevedo I'm referring to. And when he got in sometime that Friday, he told Morales that he was not needed for Saturday's event, that he was going to handle it. But it's incredible, and the mayor's a witness to this. Commissioner Reyes was there. He witnessed a lot of what went on. But most of all, the mayor could attest that in 1 week's time, we accomplished the impossible. This was put together in 1 week's time with my wife voluntarily putting all her time, day and night, getting the top Cuban American, Venezuelan, Nicaraguan stars and community figures of all parties. The only thing that was required for someone to be up in the stage and invited, we didn't care what party, what political philosophy they'd had, but they had to be there in favor of freedom for Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. I personally got on the phone to contact many elected officials. I made sure that our county mayor, Levine Cava, would be there. I spoke on the phone personally to Senator Dadelt, and she came and she spoke. I personally got on the phone to Congressman Wasserman Schultz from Broward, and so many others. Joe Geller, state rep, was there. I could go on and on and on. And
Yeah,
of course,
please
we
do.
had
Please go on as long
Congresswoman
and
Maria
slowly as you possibly
Vita
can.
Salazar, Mario Luis Ballard. We had Congressman Jimenez, and we had numerous U.S. senators that sent clips in support, including probably one of the 5 top most powerful senators in Washington, Senator Bob Menendez from New Jersey, that sent a very strong statement. Now, Emilio Stefan stated that what was accomplished was next to impossible. He did not understand how we were able to put this together in 1 week's time. He openly admitted that it would have taken him over 6 months to maybe have put something like that together with so many top-notch stars, international stars. And it was done.
Dancing with the Stars.
And that day, in that stage, I wish I would have lost more and kept it up, but I'd lost
You couldn't keep it up?
5 pounds sweating, trying to keep the movement and the flow going as quickly as possible. Now, I'll give you the reality from what Mr. Acevedo is claiming here. I never told the police chief, nor directed him, nor gave him any orders to do anything. Least of all, I did not say to him, arrest those communists and get them the hell out of here. The only person that has used something close to that was Mr. Acevedo when he got up on stage and he wanted to pretend that he was a real Cuban.
What?
By Versailles, and called those communist son of a bitches, his words, not mine, in uniform to the crowd, referring to those in Cuba. But what happened that day was that there was a very small group, about 6, might have been 1 or 2 more, but it was about 6 individuals that we identified as the same agitators that had previously in Versailles, if you remember, Commissioner, and a function that you put together, had caused problems.
Problems? What kind of
While
problems?
we respect everyone's First Amendment rights,
We don't really
you
respect
don't have
everyone.
First Amendment rights to have 2 bullhorns to be trying to, 1, interrupt the program that we had. And that's what they were trying to do with the 2 bullhorns. They were trying to, and particularly when we got up there, some of our Democrat office holders, they were supporting this cause, to start screaming, to get the crowd agitated at them so they couldn't speak.
Don't
and be
speak.
screaming invasion, invasion, invasion.
Aye.
And that happened while Mayor Levine Cava was speaking, among others. The problem was, and this is not what the chief is mentioning here, but I'm going to tell you the truth, because he was so busy trying to give interviews and take selfies with all the stars that we had brought there. He wasn't paying any attention to what he should have been, was the protection of everyone there. The officers that were there with him, it's obvious if you have your police chief there, especially one that he'll fire anybody for minor things. Nobody was taking any action on anything. You had many of them, they were just around him. And the most amazing thing was that you would have thought that the first thing he did was to have sufficient officers in the front and in the sides. There were no police officers in the front nor around the sides. Thank God.
Thank God.
That I knew a little bit about security, and I had 3 strings of barricades in different ways. So it probably would have taken a good 7 or 8 minutes before crowds could have jumped each barricade to get to the stage. But we didn't have any officers around there to observe, to hear, certainly not him, how they were trying to shut down our program that day with the megaphones. At no time did I say anything to him. In fact, the people with the megaphones eventually disappeared. Towards the end of the event that we had, he told me that there had been 3 arrests that were made, and that he had made one of them. This is what he told me, that there had been 3 arrests made. I asked him if he could send me the A forms once they had them so I could see who these people were. To this day, I have not received them. From what he wrote here, it's obvious that he lied to me. He was trying to make himself important, because that never happened, but at least we were able early on enough to put a stop to these people interfering with the program that we had. Because as you know, Commissioner, those mega speakers, they could be quite loud, and if you have 2 of them, it's even more so. So on this 8-page memo, what other minor stuff he alleges are plain lies. How can 3 elected officials, or 5 for that matter, because he doesn't want to include you or Commissioner Watson on it, but you voted for the same budget we did, how can we be trying to do what he claims here that we're trying to do? We're in an open meeting exercising our rights on a budget, etc. In fact, frankly, if he had any concerns on anything that we said, he's the professional in law enforcement. He should have said, Commissioners, I'd appreciate, or he should have gone to the manager to have said that. I appreciate you don't get into these areas because of this reason or that reason. None of us ever heard that. He had a duty to have done that if he felt so strongly about something. But I never in my life have heard that in a public meeting for everybody to see. We're trying somehow to interfere with this huge investigation that's the investigation of the century.
The
done with
investigation
the,
of the century. Is OJ
Page
coming? If
memo.
OJ shows up in that
Anybody
at
else
that
here
podium,
would like to make a
Commissioners.
comment on it before I go on?
yeah, somebody
SP1,
stop
is there anyone
him.
else who has any other comment on SP1? Other
Well,
commissioners?
I have a lot more comments.
Ah,
Closing
of
SP1.
course
just
he
asking
does.
Commissioners if they have anything else to add at this point.
I'm just
Commissioner
ecstatic to be here, and how dare they say this about me, and I'm going to get back at them. Remember, there's a lot of unknowns here, and nobody knows the unknowns that's unknown. Remember that very, very strongly. Okay? I mean, honest to God.
Was there any doubt that Florida was going to be the one to eventually end the world?
Not for me.
I'm going to go
I'm here.
through
I
a
know
series
it.
of events,
It's happening.
on timelines.
Timeline.
Chief Acevedo's been here. And then I'm going to go into specific areas that I have major questions on, and I'd like the manager to engage with us. Before I proceed, Mr. Manager, I understand there's been some memorandum issued or written, a report from the motor pool. I don't know who runs all that over there.
The
having
motor
to do
pool.
with Mr. Acevedo's vehicle. Is that correct or not?
Yeah, the motor pool did an inspection of his vehicle a couple of days ago. Photos were taken.
Speak up.
And then a vehicle damage report was sent over from police yesterday.
Okay, but I'm sorry, I'd lost you there. You said the vehicle damage report was sent by police, but
Why is my restream not
did
working?
the motor pool find damage?
Yeah, so they as a result of the Monday's meeting, requested to be able to inspect the vehicle as proper protocol requires. Vehicle was delivered to GSA for inspection. Some damage was found. Photos were taken.
Damage was found?
Yes, sir.
But didn't Captain Ortiz say that there was nothing there, that just a little scuff mark, that he got his handkerchief, or I don't know what I was told, and cleaned off?
Yeah, so I can't speak to what Ortiz said or did not say. I will, kind of stick to what GSA uncovered as part of their inspection. Under the bumper, there was some damage found, and the bumper was slightly misaligned. There is also a statement from PD that the chief's vehicle was taken for the installation of some lights, is fairly typical for those vehicles. And there is probable, an assumption that could have been what caused some of the damage, if not all. But the vehicle damage report that I have from PD indicates that there's no direct incident that occurred to account for that damage, and it's unknown how it occurred.
So maybe Joe Carollo went there in the middle of the night and damaged his car.
Maybe.
What do you think, guys?
I think it's
Maybe I'll
it's
get
plausible.
a Herald editorial
Maybe the Herald will
could be-
get
it
on
could be
this.
some-
next
it could be-
alluding to that.
It could be some sinister force out there that did
Yeah.
it. Remember
Maybe it's
Watergate
maybe
tapes?
it's the
Nobody
dark
identified
side.
it.
I'll be right back.
But I do, if I may,
You recognize,
if I may
Commissioner.
just to follow up on that, Commissioner Carroll, because I have a lot of questions regarding all these different incidents. Give me the timeline, manager, if you may, of when this sinister force damaged the car and when it was reported, when GSA reported. A specific, please.
So the damage to the bumper was originally discovered as a result of some photos that were taken and posted on social media.
What date?
I think it was September 19th.
You think, or are you sure?
As far as I can recall, it's just about September 19th.
On or about.
Yeah, about September 19th.
Okay.
And then the vehicle was taken for inspection this week, I believe Wednesday. And then the damage.
And Wednesday was September
29th.
29th, 10 days later,
And then the report filed on the 30th.
the day after. Is there, and one final question, is there any department policy, police department policy or city policy? Is there any violation of this late filing of this damages report?
I'm still looking into that, but it's clear that when the damage was uncovered, that damage report probably should have been filed immediately.
So is there a policy in the city of
So
Miami,
there's
the
an
Miami Police
accident-
Department?
There's an accident report policy, yes,
There is,
yes.
and it has
But
to be
it's-
filed?
But it's, because the policy speaks more to a traffic accident or an accident, that it does uncovering damage that is unaccounted for.
And one final follow-up. What is your thinking right now in terms of when you're gonna make a determination on whether there should be a reprimand or not? If it's a violation of a department or city policy? What is your timeline for that determination you have not yet made?
I just received the damage report yesterday, so I would assume in the next couple of days, I'll make a determination.
Within the next 48 hours?
Next couple of days.
Yeah, I just
I'm
wanna make sure.
not- I'm not-
I wanna be precise.
I'm
in
probably not
language.
going to get to it today.
Okay.
Based on the, the meeting today, and I certainly going to probably not work on it over the weekend. I'll probably look at
So
it.
you're gonna take your time?
Yeah, I'll look at it on Monday.
Okay, thank you.
So, the manager has stated that unlike what we were being told before, the city's motor pool, who was the person that looked at his vehicle and his rank or his name and rank, serial number?
Have to get you a copy of the report, Commissioner. I don't know about it.
But it was
I don't-
higher up there, right?
At GSA?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a mechanic that inspected it, actually.
Yeah,
A
okay.
mechanic, one of our
So
mechanics.
they found that there was damage to the vehicle when we were being told that there was not. And report that Captain Ortiz made for Acevedo's car stated there was no damage. Now, from the looks of it, of what I've seen, the pictures, and we can put them up here, if anybody would like to see them at home, it certainly looks like that hit something. It's a fender bender, but it's not the issue. The issue is the lie. Mr. Acevedo, I am told by numerous police officers, since he's been arriving, has been stating the following: you lie, you die. And he has gotten rid of and fired police officers based upon his own determination that they have lied. So, are we going to keep with the do as I say, not as I do doctrine of Acevedo? I don't know. Maybe
What happened? Is he
the
still
next memo-
talking?
will be that he'll accuse me, maybe somebody else, of this
Maybe rightfully
being
so.
all a CIA plot. After all, on at least 6 different occasions, this man has come to me since he arrived, telling me, "You're CIA, right? You know you're CIA." I don't know, maybe he thinks all of us Cuban Americans are either mafia or CIA. Somebody better tell him that 99.99999% of us are neither. Finally, the last time I had enough of that and, made it clear to him, don't come back to me with this baloney. Now, let me go through Art Acevedo's time as Miami's chief of police, and if you,
Commissioner, right quick.
Yes.
Recognize Commissioner Watson.
I just want to understand something from the manager before you move to the next issue. On the car issue, since you're not really clear on the policy, right? Is there any sort of discretionary decisions being made with respect to, I'm sorry, any sort of discretionary
speak up.
decisions being made with respect to what happens on cars that are damaged that's reported?
I don't know that I can answer that till I get a chance to really dig deep into
So
the facts.
on the report that was filed on the 30th, is there any estimate of what that amount was?
No, there's no estimate. It's intended to be a damage report, an actual disclosure
Okay.
of it, not a, it's done by the police department. GSA would have to determine the
Okay.
value of the damage.
Okay.
You recognize.
I just thought of something, because Commissioner Carollo mentioned that maybe we just put the picture up so we can know. Where was the damage? I haven't really seen up the pictures. Where was the damage on the vehicle,
The bumper,
on the bumper?
front bumper,
And where do you put the lights?
in the front.
On the bumper?
It damages, there's slight damage to the bumper, and then there's some damage to the, I think it's the bracket that holds the bumper in
Put your
Speak
microphone a
up,
little closer.
please. I mean,
the
honestly,
bracket
we,
that holds the
we are
bumper.
like on
But it
the
will be in
edge
the
of our
same location as
seats.
where the lights
What
will
are
go?
you saying?
within close proximity, yes.
Okay.
I gotta plug my phone in.
And the explanation from the police chief to you was that it happened during the installation of the lights?
No.
Who gave you that explanation?
The report, that came through a memo, an internal memo from somebody in PD to the chief.
Do you have a copy of that memo?
I have it, yes, in my office.
I would like a copy of that, please.
Sure.
well, Commissioner, let me say this publicly. If that's the best he's got real problems, and not just him. I think they're going to get the pictures that you want so they can be put up here, but if I could be interrupted once they're here, okay, but I'm going to start reading it a little bit, and then we could go to these pictures so you can see them, so we can move on ahead. March 15, 2021. Art Acevedo is announced as Miami's next chief of police. Is that approximately the time that happened, Mr. Manager? Around March 15th, on or abouts?
Sorry, I missed the question. That was,
The time that you announced
Get
that
this
Mr.
clear.
Acevedo was going to be hired, not the time that he got here, the time you announced, it was approximately March 15th
God.
of this year, correct?
I'll have to take your word on that.
Ah.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but yeah.
You know?
It sounds right.
Okay. So he is announced as Miami's next chief of police on or about this date. He didn't participate in the selection process. Acevedo met with three different of our top officers, I believe.
Listening to some audio.
One was the acting chief at the time, Ronald Papier. I believe another one was our assistant police chief, Goss. Am I pronouncing her name right? If I'm not, I apologize. And there was someone else from our department, of rank, that met with him. I am told that he expressed his concerns in that meeting early on regarding the number of complaints against Captain Javier Ortiz, who had been recently assigned to Fleet Liaison. He was informed at the time, upon belief and information, that there was an actionable pending internal affairs case at that time against Mr. Ortiz regarding an illegal boarding and search and possible cover-up of a complaint he made. Again, March 24th, 2021. Acevedo met with Chief Papier and others at his office in Houston. Papier provided with a detailed briefing on, he was asked to provide detailed briefings on major internal affairs cases, including the open investigation on Captain Ortiz. That meeting, March 24th, as I am led to believe happened, there were three, supposedly, allegedly, of our officers from Miami. This is before he got sworn in and started on April 5th, March 24th. He tells
Does
our
anybody
three
know
officers there
what the hell he's trying to say?
that he
What
will
is
be
he
changing
saying?
the Miami Police Department uniforms to Blair Ripstop. What? They're called Blair Ripstop. I mean, out of everything that was discussed of importance, one of
Disgusting.
the important things for him was to let us know early on that he was going to change our uniforms. And there'll be more on this a little later as I go on.
Oh, great. Yeah, don't save some of the
And
good
he
stuff.
also,
Don't give us
stated in
everything
that meeting
so
that he
exciting at
planned
first.
on bringing his deputy director, an attorney named Ann Spiegel, to the Miami Police Department. Before I go on, I think they have the photos that are ready.
Oh, the photos? Oh,
They could,
wonderful.
be shown. I would appreciate it.
Yeah, put everything up full screen. We want to see all of it.
Mr.
Let me
Manager,
see-
could you
let
ask
me
IT
make
to
sure I'm
fix our
getting it.
monitors as well? The wrong screen is up.
Oh,
They got it.
What they put up, his Ring camera? What are we looking at?
do we have anything to show them here?
My God. These are the leaders. Miami, the
Madam,
major city of the
Attorney,
world.
Mr. Clerk,
And this is what's happening.
we're
Banana
showing some
Republic,
there,
baby.
but there's some more that are here. If I could pass them through the commissioners, and so they can see them also. I'll begin.
And Commissioner, just so I follow, you're
Yeah.
establishing
We all
that
wanna be
damage
following.
was done to a vehicle but improperly reported. Is that correct?
Is that correct?
What is
It
that
wasn't
it was
reported.
improperly reported. It wasn't reported
wasn't
at
reported.
all. There was a false, apparently, report made that the vehicle never had any damage. And when it was taken to our motor pool, our experts that we have there stated that there was damage to the vehicle. And even if this, story that they came up with after they found out about this was true, it doesn't explain the additional areas that you see of damage and scuffs to the bumper.
So your point is that an incident happened that the manager should have known about. Is that?
An incident happened
The police chief.
that the police chief
Get him
had
another
to report,
cafecito.
and that there's a very high potential here of a cover-up for him.
Oh.
Because he didn't report it.
Wait a minute.
Similar to what he alleges the Papiers did, and he fired them for it.
Let's get to the
You
good
lie, you die.
Always singing. You lie, you die.
Those are his words, not mine.
Wait a minute.
Every day,
You're putting
he
his
walks
words
around the police
back
department
on
saying
him?
that, up and down the halls. You lie, you die.
Then why don't you just
Well,
Commissioner,
Since I'm looking at these pictures.
I'm sorry, just quickly, can I put them up there so that they?
yes, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. if I may.
Okay.
If I may.
Of course, you recognize.
Yes, please.
Mr. Manager.
Let's get more
you-
people
you've
in on
seen
this.
These pictures, right?
Explain it.
Yes, I've seen them through social media, yes.
And in your opinion, all those scratches leading all the way to the tire, that's where the police lights go? Like right by that tire, that front tire?
Commissioner,
And if that's the place you go to install lights, I recommend a new vendor. Because the bumper sticking out, the scratch marks, serious scratch marks running all the way from the front all the way to the tire, as you can see there on the picture to my left. This picture, to the left, the audience. In your opinion, looking at them, you know, if a picture's worth 1,000 words, what would you think if you see that and someone told you that? That happened during the installation of
How about
police
this
lights.
graphic?
What would your opinion be?
So, last I checked, I'm not ASE certified, but,
Well,
Come
but
on.
you have common sense, right?
well, I have
I mean-
common
And
sense.
please,
but-
Mr. Manager,
but-
look, don't skirt the question.
Yeah.
No, I'm not skirting the question. I'll
You look at
answer.
that, please.
But you're putting me in a position.
You're looking at it now, so I'm asking you now.
I am, and I
Oops.
saw pictures post, which all of that got wiped off too,
Right.
right? So the damage that's uncovered per GSA, the photos that I've seen, right, the ones that
Don't
detail.
skirt the
don't show
question.
any of that damage. They show separation, they show damage underneath the bumper, but they don't show any of that superficial damage you see there. That damage doesn't exist. in the vehicle anymore.
Doesn't exist, it's either doctored, this damage, or that one's doctored, or that one, or those pictures that
Can
GSA had, were
somebody
given to
call
GSA
a
was all-
doctor?
that was after, let me finish.
Hey, hold it.
Was after the fact, as Commissioner Carollo points out, you know, Commissioner Carollo, we all know this,
Yeah, everybody
and,
knows
you know,
it.
the cover-up is sometimes worse than the crime itself, right?
Wait a minute.
And
Wait.
do you see, when you look at those pictures, let's assume, and this is not a trial
Yeah,
or anything
let's-
like this, this is
no, let's
uncovering
just
of
assume,
evidence. And do you see that could have been caused, in your opinion, as a layman? I'm not an expert in any of this either, but
I'm not an
I have
expert.
eyes and I
Let's
have common
assume.
sense.
I have
Do you
common
think
sense.
that occurred?
I have
when
an
they were
eyes and I have an
installing police
ass.
lights?
Damage to the right
Do you
could have
believe
been,
this?
the damage to the left most likely not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's assume.
Commissioner Croy, you can continue.
Thank you.
Let's
me
assume for a moment you have common
see.
sense. What are you doing in Miami?
May, April 5th,
April Fools?
2021.
Yes.
Are we done with the car?
Are we done?
Well,
Well,
for this part, I might
No.
bring some other things that'll come in.
oh, there's going to be
when I'm
more
reading.
later.
And Mr. Chairman, I would like to, because I know that Commissioner Correa is going to do an exposition of different things that I think, well, I know I'm fully aware of it, because I've done my research also. But I believe Correa is a very well-informed commissioner, Commissioner Correa, I'm sorry, is a well-informed commissioner, as is Commissioner Reyes. We all are. And I know that everybody understands the very serious issue.
Best of the best. Very
It requires
well informed,
due diligence and
obviously.
study, so we're right on our facts. When you say you close down a particular part of a debate that we're going to have today, we reserve the right, I think every commissioner should have the right to reopen it in their particular comments. 'cause
What
we
about
have
my
our own
rights?
rights.
Precluding that.
No, it's not, it can't do that.
What about my rights?
Oh, okay, all right. So I just want to make sure that you say, well, are we done with this part? Because I probably have comments in everything Commissioner Carrera has said. I stepped in to avoid having to bring it back on this one, but there'll be others, I'm sure.
So my goal here is to get a sense, compartmentalize the different issues you're trying to bring up. If
Okay.
anyone else would like to mention anything, ask the manager anything about the car issue, I was going to ask for that. If we're moving on, that's great, you can always come back.
Okay.
But that's why I'm asking.
Thank you.
And I don't want to
Are we
interrupt.
moving on from the car subject?
For right now, yes.
That's all I need.
Thank you.
We
Let's
can
move on,
take
shall
down the
we?
demonstratives, it's not necessary.
Did he
April
just,
5th,
he's a monster.
2021. Acevedo is sworn in as Miami's 42nd Chief of Police.
Oh, God.
Chief Papier attempts to speak to Acevedo, I am told, about an email regarding a crash involving his wife, Commander Nerly Papier.
Billy Corbin had a good
Understood.
quote a minute ago. Let's see if we can find it.
Acevedo was aware of that email already. April 6, 2021. Acevedo's first meeting on his full day in office that day as I am told, and it's alleged to me, is with Captain Ortiz.
Oh. Where's my Twitter?
It is alleged that Ortiz made a complaint to Chief Acevedo
This is going to crash the whole damn
that
thing,
day
right?
against Commander Nerly Papier and direct supervisor Major Keandra Simmons regarding the Papier crash. April 16th, 2021. Captain Ortiz violated a prior direct order from Major Simmons to refrain from engaging in patrol functions by conducting surveillance on a house in Coral Way by himself without alerting dispatch, placing someone
See
who
if this
committed
works.
a non-criminal traffic infraction at gunpoint and calling for emergency assistance.
Anything funny happening? Jesus Christ.
Chief Papier informed Acevedo of the incident and told him that Ortiz violated policy and should face discipline. It is alleged to me that Acevedo is dismissive, uninterested in pursuing discipline against Captain Ortiz. And it's alleged to me that Papier, he tells Papier that he
Pappy?
will no longer be involved in the potentially investigation of Ortiz. April 23rd, 2021. Ronald and Nerly Papier are relieved of duty based on Captain Ortiz's complaint.
My favorites. Is that what I want? Let's see.
Acevedo allegedly told the Papiers that the investigation should be concluded by the following Wednesday. Also on this date, I believe Internal Affairs Major Jose Fernandez is removed from the investigation into the Papiers. Assistant Chief of the Administration Division, Cherise Goss, is selected to lead the investigation with assistance from Lieutenant Brando Lanier. Chief Goss is subsequently removed from the investigation, and Lieutenant Lanier reports to Acevedo directly regarding this case.
Almost lost the feed. I almost clicked the wrong
April
feed.
27th,
Ay vey!
2021. Major Simmons writes a reprimand for Captain Ortiz for the April 16th incident. There was a reprimand that was written to Ortiz. Acevedo orders Simmons not to issue Ortiz the reprimand or any other discipline. Let me repeat for those that
Yep.
didn't hear
Please, and do it much more slowly this time.
how the great reformer reacted. He ordered Major Simmons not to issue Ortiz the reprimand or any other discipline. The reprimand disappeared. Here is a copy of the reprimand that Mr. Acevedo ordered Major Simmons not to give. I mean, speaks for itself.
It does?
I'm not going to go into all of it.
What
It's,
the hell are you even talking about?
quite lengthy and everything that he violated.
Oh, a lot of violations.
Commissioner, could you give a copy to the clerk?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
I'll see it.
Tweet that
Clerk,
out
can
too.
You make copies and you could hand it out.
Yeah, let's get
make
all.
sure it's in the
Let's
the
make
members
paper
of the
copies,
commission.
mimeograph it. Maybe chisel it, chisel it into stone, pass it around.
Also,
Do you believe
might
this
as
is
well
Miami?
Make a copy of this.
Well, what? What is it? Speak. Cat got your tongue?
Let me hold off on that for a second.
You've called us all here for this? What are you talking about, man?
Now, that's all important because
Yeah, an
Go
AOL
through here
chain
for a
mail. I just saw that. That's funny. Yeah, send it from your AOL account. Get it to everybody out there. Make more copies of it. Print out some PDFs. Print everything out. Triplicate. Both sides. No, don't do both sides. That'll be too conservation for. Print it full. Put it in different colors.
even before Acevedo got here, on
What?
March 26, 2021,
It's my fan.
the
It's hot as hell in here.
New Miami
Only
Herald,
got 6 computers going.
in their editorial that day, had this for a headline. Get
Oh, he's
rid
gonna
of
give
this
us some
bullying Miami cop,
What?
Police Chief Acevedo. He's not just a bad apple. He's rotten to the core. That's the Miami Herald editorial.
Okay.
The one that says that this is the great reformer. Yeah, just like the Taliban's our great reformer.
Wait a minute. The Taliban. Where did that come from? Holy shit.
In the end of this editorial, I won't bore you with all of it. It says,
Holy
until fire Ortiz, we suggest Acevedo take these measures to hold him down. Work to get Ortiz decertified as a Florida officer. Put a body camera on him. As a captain, Ortiz has the privilege of not wearing one. He should have one when on duty. And he did do that. He put a camera on Ortiz. The chief should also ban him from working off-duty details where much of Ortiz's abuses have occurred. Now, it's not me saying this.
No, of course not.
These are
You would
his
never say
newfound
something like that.
protectors, Acevedo's.
Crap.
They were telling him that. So, after that happened,
Yeah. Then what?
these are some of the statements that Acevedo was making, which goes into, and this is why it was so important,
It's very
Time that I
important,
took on Monday.
obviously.
because the same things that he would do and say
Yeah.
in Houston,
Mm-hmm.
you're seeing them now.
Oh, now it's coming out.
He'll say the things that
Gotta
he
wipe
thinks
it.
certain media want to hear from him. But that's not what he does.
What does he do?
That's the opposite.
He does the opposite? You're
That's why
kidding.
he couldn't get elected, dog catcher in Houston, and he left.
Came to the Magic City.
But
This is where your dreams come true.
he makes all these statements to media of how he's going to rein him in and everything else. But it's not what we're seeing
What are we seeing?
happen.
Oh, that's
So
not
let me
Let me entertain you.
go on.
Oh, please, no! Stop him!
If I could get my copy back once you hand
What
it
he
out,
wants
I
another
wanna read
coffee, I think he said. He wants coffee. Get him another coffee, I think he said. He wants his coffee back. He doesn't want let that evidence out of his sight. That is like,
it. April 30th.
Wait a minute.
2021.
Okay, 2021.
Acevedo transfers Captain Ortiz to Field Operations Division and places him in command of the Traffic Enforcement Unit and Motorcycle Patrol. The new assignment comes with a 5% incentive pay bonus
Oh, yeah.
and
Campaign.
a lot of overtime.
Is that it? Oh, that couldn't possibly be the end. There's got to be more. Is there
June
an...
3rd.
What? We're in
Where's
June?
Commissioner Diaz-Lepertia, because I'd like for him to also hear this one.
Okay, get him back in the room. He's got to hear everything.
June 3rd,
June 3rd. What happened? Don't tell me.
I am told,
Really? Who told you?
it is alleged,
It's alleged?
that
Maybe-
Mr. Acevedo
Yeah.
ordered the removal
No.
of all
Of-
GPS devices
No. From what?
from the
What?
Special Investigation Section.
Of? What?
Go again, June 3rd, 2021. Acevedo orders the removal of all GPS devices
No.
from Special Investigative Section
This sounds fishy.
and undercover rental vehicles,
Oh.
eliminating an accountability measure that has been in place for more than 2 years. Were you aware of that, Mr. Manager?
Let's get the manager on the line, please.
No, sir, I wasn't aware of it.
I've got a microphone, but I'm not going
Aren't
to use it.
there
Were you aware of it yet? I'm going to talk way over here.
steps that had to
Thank you.
follow in providing you with information that would have been done?
If it's an internal policy decision, I don't know that he could or could not have made a,
Well,
the-
I believe that
I'm not aware that that
if
would have
you-
been
If you
required.
look into it, I believe that you possibly might have had to have been informed of that, and some other
Probably on
things
the
that
record.
had to have been done.
There's memos. What? Look at him. The eyes.
Departmental order governing GPS devices is never amended,
Where's my coffee? Oh, here it is.
nor is the policy change sent to the CIP
The
as
CIA?
required by ordinance.
I'd like to
Now,
point
why
out when I have a
would the
moment.
great reformer have done that? If you want accountability, why do you take GPS away so there be no evidence where these vehicles that are going to be used by special investigators and undercover investigators are going to be at?
That is leaving a lot
And
to the imagination.
Do it in violation
What? There was a violation?
of
What?
the ordinance that CIP is required to know that. And I'll leave it up to you to look all that up. But this is what I believe.
And we know
Had
he'd
to have
never
been
lie.
done.
So take that for what it's not
I'd
worth.
like to get a understanding from the city.
I'd like to
Doesn't
get a
have
hell
have
yeah.
on What the procedural methods are for such a thing, because there must be,
Well-
there is or there isn't. CIP notification.
My understanding is that the departmental order governing GPS devices was never amended. Nor is there a policy change that was sent to the civilian investigative panel as was required by one of our ordinances.
Got it. So, Mr.
Got it.
Jones, or Mr. Manager, if you could just get the city attorney to circulate that later amongst the commissioners.
Yes, sir.
We'll have a better understanding.
We'll take a look at it.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
June 22nd, 2021.
Oh, Jesus. Mary and Joseph.
Sergeant of Arms is relieved of duty under suspicion of having leaked photos of the mayor. There were vehicle that were protecting the mayor or something to that effect, whatever. it is.
Something, whatever. Nobody knows. Something, whatever.
That individual afraid of being fired without due process, like the Papier's were,
Pappy!
was basically forced to return to
Alexa,
the civil service
are you there?
classification of police officer.
I'm here.
So
I listen once I hear the
We're-
wake word.
Thank
he
you.
had a pay cut of approximately $60,000.
This is how things move in the Magic City. You you wonder why we're so
July
fabulous?
11, 2021.
He went to get
Steve
cafe
Acevedo
con leche.
curses at a demonstration.
Apparently, didn't want the
Cuban-
leche.
A freedom protest in front of Versailles.
Wait a minute.
Even a rookie cop would have known better not to have fallen into that kind of situation, to have lost his cool so quickly. But our police chief
Cool it.
cannot even control himself to the level of a rookie cop. And that brings to fact why our police chief should not have been out in these places, even more so than a normal police chief that's supposed to be an administrator. And Acevedo said, in responding to something that the demonstrator said to him, he said, is because it's my F-U-C-K-I-N-G job. Get out of here, man. You're a fool. Now, I don't think any rookie cop would have lost his cool with what I saw in the video. But if they would have, under Acevedo's laws, they would have been punished severely. Severely.
Oi!
July 14th, 3 days later. But before I jump there, it's my understanding that the person he said that to is supposed to be a veteran of Afghanistan. I don't know for a fact, but I'm led to believe that. July 14th, 2021.
Jesus. Yeah, please hurry it up. People are really
If
hungry.
you have the video on that, wouldn't please.
Oh, there's
forward this.
video. Wait a minute. Turn that down a little bit.
Why do you care? Because it's my fucking job. Really, get out of here, man. You're a fool. How you doing, Chief? You're a fool, man. You're a fool. What? You are a fool.
Why you gotta hang out with communists, man? Why you gotta be a communist, man?
Damn fool.
Hey, we know you're past in Houston. We know.
Oh,
Well,
eh,
it seems when you touch Houston with him, it's like a firecracker.
oh, he touched
Boom.
it? Wow. It exploded after he touched it. Holy crap.
He not only
That's Miami.
went up to the demonstrator, but then he came back again. The question is, what the heck was our police chief doing out there to begin with? You don't put yourself in that kind of situation because you're a magnet being a police chief when you're out in these kind of situations. You're supposed to be the administrator running your police department. And furthermore, as I gave the example previously at Bayfront Park of what happened, your officers are not going to take any actions on anything like they normally would because the police chief is there and they're going to be waiting for him to give the orders. And with a police chief like this, they're all petrified that if they do anything, they're going to be fired. Anything that he doesn't like. A few days later, July 14th, 2021, at the Versailles event, another one that I had previously mentioned, that Commissioner Reyes was putting together. Mr. Acevedo got up in full uniform, and he wanted to make sure he grabbed the cameras.
Grab it,
So
baby.
what did he do?
What did he
What
do?
he falsely accused me of, and he was so outraged that he says that I said something to the effect in Bayfront Park. In Spanish, he says, "Hijo de comunista, communist, son of a,"
What?
you know what?
What? No, what? What? What
You
did
were
he
there
say?
with me, and the mayor was there, and we heard it.
Oh my.
Okay? So fine and dandy.
I'm gonna get my beep button ready for this.
This is the police chief of Miami in full uniform. And
Los cartos narcos.
July 27th,
Oh Christ! Another month.
well, let me go back, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
to
please start
this
from the
incident
beginning.
when he said-
Go back to the very, very beginning and start again because there are people just joining us.
Going back in some of his allegations on that 8-page memo,
Yeah. 80
I'm
pages.
surprised he didn't put a couple of these, and I'm going to tell you now. I mean, I kept thinking there might be a 9th page that he would have included those, but they weren't there. But of course, it was because it was Javi Ortiz.
Wait a minute. There's more.
Well, on this date, July 14th, the Gente de Zona, which Commissioner Reyes, I think you had spoken to them while they were in the Dominican Republic. Their manager had previously been working with me and doing a Fridays that they had committed to, a Fridays Little Havana event, and they contacted me from the Dominican Republic and said, look, this event is going on in Versailles. I believe they have spoken to you already. And, you know, we're coming now, we're going to be there, and can you help us
Obi-Wan
get in there
Kenobi.
because a lot of crowd, they're all going to be coming at us. So I told them to meet me at my district office.
Gotta check
when they
something here.
got in to call, when they would fly in to call me, and we would meet at my district office. I let the mayor know because earlier that day, we were having the mayor night, and I don't remember what members of the commission were here.
Yeah.
Had a press conference with Willie
Can't remember that
and
part.
his wife, Chirino. Willie Chirino and his wife. And
Hello?
the mayor was aware that Gente de Zona were meeting me at my district office. The manager should have been aware. Mr. Manager,
Mr. Manager, Mr. President.
he's
Doctor?
disgusting. I spoke to the chief of police and made the request of him of what they had made of me. They were going to meet me at my district office if we could get an extra vehicle with a driver so that when they came to my office, we could,
A lot of purple
Take him
on the
over.
screen, I'm realizing.
and they were supposed to be coming at a certain time, about an hour before the original time they were supposed to arrive. I'm told from my office that there are 12 motormen that are in my district office. And it's important that you all hear this because they were led by Captain Ortiz. When I arrived, he was all smiles with me.
Oh, yeah? Deceiving, wasn't it?
He said they were there to escort them.
Sounded like he was trying to be friendly. take you
I never
off
spoke
balance.
to Captain Ortiz to come. I never said a word for him on this. He could only have found out about this through the chief of police. And it was clear to me that Captain Ortiz was trying to brown-nose me on his behalf and on behalf of the chief of police, and try to win brownie points with me. They were there, 12 motormen. And you have the chief of police complaining that we wasted officers' hours and all this stuff when he can't prove anything of what he said against us. But he had 12 motormen there for well over an hour because they were late, waiting in my district office. And they were given motorcycle escort by 12 motorcycles that I did not request. On the day of Patria y Vida, abajo cadenas, in Bayfront Park that he complained about, Willie Chirino, the only way that he could make it, because he was having a concert that evening at the Four Ambassadors, was that we would pick him up, get him in, and get him out quickly so he could get back to his concert before 11 p.m. He needed to be there. We requested one police vehicle with one police officer to help in getting him. I was on stage, so I couldn't keep track of everything since I was working that day together with my wife on stage. And you saw that, Commissioner, the mayor saw that, many people saw this, it's not in question.
Very strongly they saw it as well. Don't forget that.
I did see that Chirino was arriving, that I was told. There was Captain Ortiz and the dozen motormen. So, I don't understand why, if
That's for sure.
we're being accused of all this stuff, the chief of police didn't put incidents like this in his memo of how hours
The memo.
of police time were being wasted by us, and how we were demanding all this stuff.
Can't imagine that you would waste
Kind
anybody's
of forgot
time.
to mention that because
Huh?
that was him and Ortiz
Yeah.
trying to,
What? Get the blackheads out of their nose, maybe? Pop a pimple? What? Dermatologists. What is this?
July 27th.
Oh,
2021.
Jesus. Oh, God.
Chief Acevedo is interviewed by what some fondly call the little sister of the New Miami Herald, the little grandma.
I gotta find a Send in the
Newspaper.
Clowns music bed. I used to
was
have
interviewed
one.
Regarded
Uno momento,
Captain
por
Ortiz.
favor.
Doing that interview, it says that sooner or later there's going to be something that'll stick. Acevedo talking about Ortiz, and his career is going to come to a screeching halt. He says that all the Ortiz's misconduct cases occurred prior to his tenure. That is a lie, as I pointed out before with dates and times.
That'll work.
That is a lie. You lie, you die. Well, in fact, he had ordered Major Simmons, whom he demoted later, to take no action on obvious potential alleged misconduct against Captain Ortiz,
Wait a minute. Where'd he go?
which occurred while he was the police chief. He was also aware of at least
Hold on.
one other actionable or potential actionable case against Ortiz. July 30th. Chief Acevedo demotes Major Leandra Simmons and Major Jose Fernandez. Surprise, surprise. The major that wrote the reprimand against Ortiz that he said, na, take it back, she gets demoted. You see and hear the pattern of he tells the media what he thinks they want to hear, and then he does something different. When he demotes them, he doesn't provide either of them with any cost to their demotions. Allegedly, thereafter, Simmons was targeted by Captain Ortiz and files a complaint. August 16th, 2021, after Major Fernandez was demoted, Lieutenant Brandon Lanier, who was in charge then of the Pepier and the Camacho cases, was promoted to Commander in Internal Affairs. Sometime after that, by the way, the other position after Major Fernandez, it was the highest in Internal Affairs, the captain. He was also taken out of Internal Affairs because he was needed so much more somewhere else. August 16th, Heather Morris was brought in from Houston to be the deputy chief because, as it's alleged to me, that Chief Acevedo told the command staff in a meeting he believed the internal candidates were too political and would have turned one another apart. It's interesting, August 16th, because this lady was applying to be police chief in the city of Fort Lauderdale at the time. She didn't do too good, from what I understand. I mean, I know that what he wrote in his page 8 memo, he made it appear that what we have here are a bunch of misfits in the city of Miami, and since they came from this huge department in Houston, all our guys are Keystone cops, and none of them are qualified to do anything. But Miss Morris, or Mrs. Morris, I don't know if she's either, because she's never even bothered to give me the courtesy of have introduced her to me. I don't know if he did the same to any of you or not, but not to me.
Is she a miss or is she a Mrs.?
She could even make the top tier, from what I understand, to be chief of Fort Lauderdale, which is maybe at best half the size of the city of Miami's police department. Some have the impression that he parked her here in a job to see how she could get beefed up in her resume and more until she could apply for a police chief's job somewhere else, and then she could be a police chief somewhere else. I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah. Well, probably based on this performance. Not
August 16th,
too credible.
21st,
Ah!
2 new positions were created. While he was telling us that we had too many majors. Too many majors. He gets rid of 4 majors. One was a position that was not filled. And he creates numerous other positions, including this chief of staff position, and a new and a 5th assistant police chief position. And I say 5th because I'm including the deputy, traditional deputy position there. Now, please, I don't want anybody to misunderstand this, but we've never have had a fifth position at that level. I believe he did this for the sole purpose of thinking that he could get close to one of us up here with that. The person he promoted seems like a nice enough fellow. I don't know him, and he might be extremely qualified. I'm not questioning that whatsoever. I'm only questioning Mr. Acevedo's intent in reasoning. If we had too many majors, why create an additional assistant chief's position? August 21st. Well, I think we've heard about this one, right? There's a picture of Officer Ubeda. I don't know him.
I'll bring him another
holding a
cafecito, please,
three-finger
immediately.
Circle sign.
Oh, God, get this
had
guy
appeared
a
in social
friggin'
media.
shot of something.
Chief Acevedo relieves Officer Ubeda.
Yeah,
of
let's
duty.
talk about where'd that come from?
Off
That
duty,
wasn't
rather.
for me, was it?
Accusing
Let's
him
talk
of
about
making
it.
Racist sign.
I don't know no
Racist
Paul Leary.
Soon after, Acevedo is shown making the same sign in social media, but there he says that he was in Houston, that it was the neighborhood, that that's what they did, and some said it was the gang sign in the neighborhood. Well, do we have
Eh?
Can you put it in?
What? Put it in. Please,
this
I
one.
gotta get the beep button ready if you're gonna talk like that. Who's putting what in?
Well, I'm concerned now. You son of a bitch. It seems that according to Acevedo, we got all kinds of racists that have infiltrated our department, including our Sergeant of Arms. And holy cow.
Don't have a cow, man.
Move on with that, please.
I want to put the audio up.
the next
over.
one?
I want to see if this
We have
works.
It seems
Ah.
that the Officer Ubeda, next to Acevedo, you can see that they're the same sign.
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
He doesn't
But-
know. I know what that means.
There you go. This
Oh.
is June 17th
Oh.
of this year.
And look at how white those
Our
uniforms
Police
are.
Department Olympic team. And I'm counting there 8 Anglo or Hispanic
What?
racists, according to him. That's
Anglers.
fine. And 4
Los cartos narcos.
African American
Let me count.
white supremacists also. Because they're showing the same sign.
Well, then it can't be racist. That's
I
just
mean,
like math. I mean,
We
come
even
on.
have
It's
African
common
American
sense.
police officers that, according to Acevedo, are white supremacists. Now, this is a prime example of what this man has done in his past and here in trying to play with CERN media so they could say he's their hero. He's their champion. They're reformists. My God,
My God.
I didn't know he was putting me
Dios mío.
and all of us in the hand of African American white supremacists. You know, you recognize one of our Sergeant of Arms there. And all these officers, I mean, there's 4 African American officers that have the same sign, besides 8 that are Anglo or Hispanic. I don't know which they are.
Oh, Christ.
This same Officer
Has he
Ubeda
ever used a microphone before?
is at home, still suspended. Now, let me say this so you could put into perspective a little more what I'm saying. He knew before he suspended him that Ubeda had made one major blunder that he never should have made before, that when he went to vote in uniform, he had in his face mask a Trump face mask.
Aye, aye, aye.
So when he
Now
saw
we're-
that this is the guy with
Now we're getting into it.
this was typical Acevedo trying to have certain type of media jump up and say, our hero.
Cat, got your tongue? He was on a roll there for a minute.
The
What? What's next?
vehicle
The vehicle? What happened? He,
we cover already.
we got that. So check that off, everybody. If you're listening at home on your bingo card,
parts
check
are a
the
little
vehicle.
September, well, let me go. The
Yeah, no, go back
September
to
10th,
Are we done with August?
2021.
Oh, we're in September? Okay.
After the photographs of the vehicle driven by Mr. Acevedo that you all saw here are made public, the traffic homicide unit, which reports to Captain Ortiz, is assigned the investigation into the damage to the vehicle. Acevedo does not recuse himself from the investigation or even request an outside agency to come in and do it. In fact, what I've heard is he wants all homicides that officers are involved with, or police shootings, should I say, that officers are involved in, not to go to an outside agency anymore. He wants to deal with them internally. That doesn't sound too reformist to me.
What does that sound like to you?
Got that, Chucky?
Chucky,
The Herald could get it right?
the Herald's there. Yeah,
I figure that.
I figured you got that right.
You must be checking on your medical stuff, see if it's ready. Okay? Now, the respondent investigator observes, as I am told, the marks on the bumper, which he describes as residue. Residue on a bumper is deposited usually by an impact, which might indicate that the vehicle was involved in some kind of minor hit, small crash to something.
Something.
Somehow, the investigator did not observe the damage to the bumper, which I think you also was clear from the photographs. And Captain Ortiz, in some video that he did, describes the marks off the vehicle, so he claims. There's a memorandum that is forwarded by Captain Ortiz to an assistant chief via email stating the investigation is closed. Mr. Manager, was Captain Ortiz the appropriate person to have investigated this if we were going to investigate it internally?
And was Captain Kirk the secondary
Wouldn't seem
choice?
to be that he would be the appropriate person.
What?
Okay.
Speak up,
Thank you.
man.
September 10th.
Oh, Christ. I need another cup of
think
coffee.
This was today that Acevedo told attendees at a Miami Police Department roll call that Miami is run by the Cuban mafia. Now,
For
Now,
clarification, Commissioner.
now, a
Did he
clarification.
say that the Cuban Mafia, the city of Miami was run by the Cuban Mafia, or did he say the police department was run by the Cuban Mafia? Because there's some point of contention in the information I've gotten as to what he actually said.
That is correct, and look, none of us were there.
Right.
But I have had numerous officers tell me that what they heard was that it was Miami,
Hearsay.
not the police department.
I also heard that from numerous officers, that's why I'm asking you. But he then claimed that it was a joke in front, talking about the Miami Police Department. You know, what kind of joke is that, number one? And I would like to know what's funny about that, obviously, but also why would he change the story? There's a big difference between Miami. Saying it to anyone is wrong, but for him to change the story, kind of like another example, I think, Commissioner Carollo, maybe another example of that cover-up that you were talking about earlier. Change the facts after the fact.
Look,
I couldn't discuss it with any commissioner earlier, so that's why I'm asking you publicly. I had heard different stories, but I heard more of the version, the city of Miami version.
that's the one that I also heard the most of. But you have to keep in mind, from the time that he said that to the time that supposedly he came out
He
with
came
this
out.
apology,
Wow.
a lot of time went
They are
by.
really breaking news. He came out,
I'm going
everybody.
to be very blunt.
Please.
Seeing his history outside of Miami and seeing how he has been acting in Miami,
Breaking news.
I
He
think
came
this-
out.
This man
That
knew
man.
exactly what he was saying and purposely made that statement so he could become the hero of every Cuban hater, not just in Miami, but in South Florida and the state of Florida.
No.
Commissioner Carollo.
And let me tell you why I say that.
Yes.
Because
Be detailed. Be as detailed as you can be.
at no time have you seen him
Hello?
go out after this got out like he didn't expect was going to happen. He figured that that would get out to the Cuban haters, but the rest of those that are Cuban or Hispanic that would be appalled at that, we wouldn't do anything because he'll claim, hey, I'm Cuban.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner Carollo, did you hear, you know, we all listen to Cuban radio, obviously, and see Telemundo, Univision, and obviously American television and radio stations also. Did you hear anywhere in Cuban radio an apology from Chief Acevedo? I didn't.
I have not, no.
On
Nowhere.
any Spanish medium, did you hear any apology?
Nowhere.
A
The
Spanish
only thing I
medium.
saw was on his Twitter account.
A Spanish
English.
medium.
In
Now,
other
wait a
words,
minute. There's going to be fortune telling here.
Most offended by the comment,
No.
he never apologized. Because we all know that Cubans, older Cubans, over 75, most of them don't tweet. So he apologized to the wrong people. Did he hold one of his famous, are you aware that
They
he
don't
ever held
tweet.
one of his famous press conferences with Spanish media there and English media and all media to see and to apologize? If a comment is so offensive, shouldn't you broadcast it to the broadest possible audience? Are you aware, Commissioner Carollo, of any time that he did that? Because I never saw any of that.
Look, I'm not going to tell you that I have all that time these days, and particularly to listen to much radio or TV, but someone close to me or not close to me would have told me about it. And a little bit that
Well, were
I've
they
been
close to?
able
They're not
hear,
close to you. Where
I
were they?
certainly
Behind you? Underneath you?
any apology like
Oh.
the one that you're describing from him.
All right.
Have you heard anything, did you hear anything, Commissioner Reyes?
Speak up. Turn on the
I
mic.
have to tell
Through
you
the chair,
that
of course.
I have to tell you
Through the
that,
chair. Sitting on the
I
chair.
confronted him
Uh-oh.
right here in front of the City Hall after he said that. And after he has said
Democracy
that it was
now.
a joke. And I have witness to it. And I told him that that was very offensive, that he shouldn't call them us a mafia, because a mafia means has a criminal connotation, and Fidel Castro was the one that coined that phrase, and that was very offensive to every single Cuban here. Then he said, well, I didn't know that. I said, well, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, but you have to apologize to the whole Cuban community. And he said, oh, okay. But as you stated, his apology came only on Twitter.
Tweet.
Or I didn't hear any on the Cuban radio or Spanish TV. And I do hear, I do listen,
Is that you?
I do watch the news on channel 51, channel 23.
Oh,
TV.
God.
I'm always going back and forth.
Yeah, and up and down.
I've been, many times in all Hispanic radios, and from what I heard, he apologized on Twitter in English, but he never apologized in Spanish. And now that you mention it, it is true. He apologized.
Los cartos narcos.
The wrong people.
That's right. And I thought, and I gave him and I'm going to say this because I have made this public, I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I personally, when the subject was brought up in appearances that I had on Hispanic radio, I said I gave him a benefit of the doubt because he did not grow up in Miami, blah, 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 everything that he said. But then he comes with this memo, accuses us of being just as bad as the people that are governing Cuba. You see?
You see?
That makes
How
me
simple
doubt
it
if
is?
he did it on purpose or not. You see? That is my doubt. But that it was offensive, yes. That is offensive that he compares us with the people that oppresses us, yes. And as I stated right here, one thing that irks me, it's that nobody, there is no news station, there's no newspaper that had been outraged because of this. If they had used the same adjective to any, think about any ethnic group, any, and said, there is the whatever, mafia, and they are similar to the people that oppress them. Imagine if he says that about the Jewish community. They claim that they are acting just like Nazis. Or even the Muslim community. Or even the African American community. I bet you that by now we would have seen editorials asking for his resignation. And that hurts and irks.
He would have been long gone. He would have been long gone.
Oh, hell yes.
Go a little further in this.
Please,
What?
please, no comments from the audience, please.
Please.
What is surprising is that for the first time that I know of ever, the Public Information Office in the City of Miami Police Department, and I don't know who ordered this, violated case law on free speech protection by removing negative comments that were placed on their social media sites. Negative comments against Acevedo for those comments. Now, the statements that he made in the Cuban Mafia, he given two excuses on why he made them. One, he didn't know that the Cuban government says this about Cuban Americans in particular, and Cuban as a whole that have left Cuba. I say to you is that he must be the only individual that is of Cuban background in the world that doesn't know that. I mean, Los Angeles, Austin, Houston, and you're not in the middle of the Amazon. These are civilized cities in America. He could, throughout the years, get numerous information. Plus, he claims that he would come to Miami every year, that he had all these people here and everything else. And he didn't know it. That's what they say about us. But then, that contradicts his other statement that it was only a joke. It was just a joke. Well, this is the same thing that I found out that he said to protect one of his own in Texas when they caught him saying a racist remark, according to the papers.
Yeah, get the phone.
And
That's me calling. Pick
he
it
said
up.
that too.
Hold on. Listen.
It was a
Can you
joke.
wrap this
It was
up?
humorous.
Put a little more excitement
Something
into it.
humorous that he said.
Pick up your phone.
So
All
apparently,
right?
he's got a habit of when either he or
I
one
can
of
see
the
that you're
close ones
that you're
around
looking at me. I sent you a text message. Wrap it
get,
up.
their foot in their mouth. It's the old joke card that he pulls out. But as you can see, it can be both ways. Either he didn't know or it's a joke. But how could it be a joke if you knew or didn't know? I mean, if you didn't know, then how could you joke about it? So he must have known to have joked about it. So he contradicted himself. Now, I submit to you,
Your Honor.
this man is savvy with the media. That I have to give him credit for. He hasn't done a darn thing positive in moving our police department forward or in being a reformist, a true reformist. But that he's savvy with the media, he certainly is. But he wasn't as savvy as Donald Warshaw. And Donald Warshaw ain't here today. And he wasn't around after he came out with all the lies.
Oh, God, it's giving me gas.
Because if I may use Mr. Acevedo's
Yeah, please
words
don't.
that he uses with our police officers every day, if you lie, you die. Now, let me
Entertain you?
move on. September 24th.
Oh, Christ!
That was what date exactly?
6 days ago.
6 days ago. That's when we had the. Let's see. I want to be sure
Yeah,
on this one.
when was September, everybody? Anybody
It was the
know?
Friday,
September.
late on the day. When
Very-
did you get that wonderful
Wonderful.
Dear Art memo, Mr. Manager? The 8-page memo. It was on a Friday that you got it, on the 24th.
24th.
What hour of the day did you get it?
Sometime, I think, early afternoon.
Okay, well, nevertheless, the 8-page memorandum came
Yes.
on
Then what happened?
last
Oh,
Friday, the
God.
24th. We
Los
were
cartels
having our
narcos.
meeting that had been announced some 10 days earlier. Unlike it's been reported in some publications that we were holding this meeting on Monday because of the memo. Look how some of our local people, when they want to protect one of their own, act. You know, it reminds me of the old saying, he might be an SOB, but he's my SOB. Well, I saw that in the past. And I gave them their SOB in a platter. Back, I think the year was 2000. And
He's got a lot of
believe me,
old
the
sayings, this
threats
old bag.
against me at the time were nothing like this. This is a little cold shower compared to what that other character was threatening me with. And everything would be okay if I kept my mouth shut and I went on my knees and said, yes, sir. Well, I didn't do that. And I'm still here.
And you're still there.
And I'm back.
And you're back again.
And
you're continuing.
like I told the Herald's editorial
Hello?
board this week,
What'd you tell them?
I'm going to get reelected.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't need your editorial. Please hear me clearly. I don't want your editorial.
Oh, gosh.
Give it to one of the other three guys who are
Here comes
recruited
more
by the
coffee.
same people.
They got the text. Get the
that
coffee
are
behind you.
Some
The
of Mr.
cafecito.
Acevedo's main supporters, and particularly the socialist one that has been the attorney in numerous cases for the government of Venezuela in their
He made it
Ministry
to
of
last
Defense.
week. Oh,
For
God.
those that you don't understand what Ministry of Defense is, that's their here.
It's my
Majority
it's
here
got a lot of rights.
wants me not to say it. They have their right because majority rules in a democracy, but not one individual. Thank you.
No.
No,
God.
please, no comments
God.
from the audience. Commissioner?
No, everyone,
Getting
stay
off on a
silent.
tangent. I'm trying to
Oh,
bring us
I'm
back.
not attentive.
Trying to bring us back to your points on
please,
the chief.
Please,
Please.
don't give statements for the Senate campaign so that
Commissioner,
they can
no
make,
one
they
else
can
on
make
this
you
commission.
into the new hero.
No one else on this commission brings in outside politics. I don't think we need to do
No
that.
one does?
I don't think we
Every
need to do that.
meeting you're bringing something up
Not at all.
that is totally partisan.
Not at all.
Please, okay.
Commissioner, we're trying to run an efficient meeting. I'm just asking if we can stick to the topic.
I am
the
sticking
chief.
to the topic, sir.
Thank you.
Stick it to
Because
him.
it hasn't been you that has been
Stick it to
taken
him.
through the coals. It's been three of us
I
with
understand.
lies by some of these publications, okay? Now,
Oh, look at that little thing popped over there.
I think I've been clear enough.
Nah, yeah,
That
we got
24th
it.
of
You
September
have been
memo,
so concise, so clear.
some 10 days after Mr. Acevedo knew and was made aware from up here that we were holding a special meeting to discuss him.
Disgusted.
That's the poorest attempt that I've ever seen of a military person, a police chief, of trying to intimidate the civilian elected, duly elected body. That memo was not only aimed at trying to intimidate the three of us into shutting us up, and particularly me, that asked for the meeting, but secondary, as nice as it was and it sounded, directed to the manager and to the mayor, it was also to indirectly, without having to say it, intimidate and threaten them with that memo, letting them know, hey, either you're going to come and play ball with me, or maybe the next memo might be against you, Mr. Mayor or Mr. Manager.
You son of a bitch.
This is the real world we live in.
Was there any doubt that Florida was going to be the one to eventually end the world?
Let me go to some additional
Was
areas
there?
here.
Oh, please give him some more additional information so he can share it now with everybody. Where I think we're in September. What I'd like to do is I'd like to do a reset. Let's start back to when the city of Miami first incorporated, a couple of 100 years ago, and we'll go forward from there. Everybody agreed? Say aye. Aye, aye, aye. Okay, good. Go ahead. You got it. It's all yours.
What is your deal in life?
Yeah. This is Miami, folks, because you see, as one of the major cities of the world, this is how you conduct yourself. Petty grievances,
Last
grandstanding.
Monday,
manager
just
wait a minute. Last Monday.
disappeared for a second.
Oh, the magic
Would
trick.
you greatly mind, Commissioner, I know you want to be very efficient and quick, and so do we, but could I take just a couple of minutes,
Oh, please.
go to the restroom, Got a lot of water in me.
We'll recess for 15.
Yes.
Okay, there's the recess, and that's what it's all about, you see. When you have a major city like Miami, you have to have your top-notch, totally above board individuals who are leading the fight on the important issues facing our time. Miami. Climate change. It rains. We get a heavy rain. It's probably raining right now, or at least it will in 3 minutes. And we're all underwater. Ding dong, ding dong. All right, let's see if I can get this other thing to work here. Maybe we can have a few comments from the peanut gallery, from the people. Now, let's see. What is the best way for me to bring somebody into this? Let's see if we do it from this computer here. Why does Zoom keep logging me out? Yeah, hold on a second. Let me see here if I can do this. Ah, there we go. Is that audio only? Audio only? Ah, there we go. Audio only? We got plenty of time. Now, let's see. I am hearing myself back in myself. So let me see. We got plenty of time. Oh, there it is. I've got 18,000 windows open. We got plenty of time. And so it's going to just keep coming back. Let's see. We are hearing forever. Oh, there it is. Christ. Got 18,000 windows open. Right. Is that what I sound like? Oi. So if you want to call in audio only, I put the Zoom link in the chat box. I know there's only a few people watching, but I'm just testing out the legitimacy of my life. And we're watching the City of Miami special meeting, commission meeting, where it's the talk of the town. You see, they are just really, everybody's fighting everybody. Oh, this is one thing I did want to play, that I wanted to play, so let me play it. Hold on. How's this look? Like that. Huh. Looking good. Where's the circus? Send in the clowns. Live from Miami, Paul Leary with you. October 1st, 2021. It's a Friday. Everybody is like, it's Friday. We're going to have a good time. Maybe not. 4:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're having a blast. Now let's see if Alexa is working. We can see what the temperature is. Alexa, what's the temperature outside?
Right now, it's 83 degrees Fahrenheit. Tonight, expect a low of 81 degrees. Hope you've enjoyed your Friday.
Oh, wow. Thanks for I'm enjoying my Friday. I'm having a blast. About 185 degrees out. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. And let's see if we can get any other news to come up here as we look at the jackasses from the Miami Herald Commission meeting. Just a moment, please. New window. Let me just make sure that's still up. Let's see if we got news here. Do I have to change it? Oh, Lord. Do the link again. Oh, the link disappeared? Do that link again. Oh. Yeah, hold on. Hold on a second. I got to do something here. I logged back. I had you on mobile. Oh, I see. Okay. My roommate is here. That's how I was talking to. We have to move. Anybody out there watching from South Florida, if you would like to have a wonderful roommate, me, that is, who is a formerly well-known public radio star and executive producer of famous liberal talk shows, please contact me at any one of my social media sites. I am looking to move as soon as possible. I don't know if you have seen some of my streams lately. I don't even know if I've kept them up. But there is a particular demon landlord that I've been dealing with. And it's really maddening what people will go through just to be cruel. Anyway, I'm looking to move. And please contact me. I'm waiting for PJ here to log back in. If not, I am going to pause the broadcast, or maybe I can put something else on here. Let me take this off the screen, and we'll get this beautiful shot of the purple glow of Miami. Oh, he's in the waiting room. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay. I thought I turned that off. Okay. Let's see if we get him in here. Audio. You can't hear him yet. Oh, he's coming in. Here he comes. Is he here? Oh, God. You've been waiting for 7 minutes in there?
I guess it says.
Oh, sorry. Hey, how are you? I didn't realize. It says,
Paul, it is a pleasure to finally speak with you. And
yeah.
not through a phone screen, right?
I know it. I think I've seen some of your stuff, and now we're connecting finally.
Yeah. Well, I again, obviously, as you had mentioned there before I hopped on, it was through the Rainy Road show.
Yes.
And she was, obviously, Rainy Road, Air America.
Okay.
Yeah. He got a rainy drop. That's crazy. Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah.
He got a fucking rainy
Yeah.
drop.
Go ahead.
Dude, that's hilarious.
We're having
Yeah,
fun. We're getting it together.
Yeah, but it was again, it was through seeing her on getting back on YouTube, I guess, like watching on YouTube, and then you working with her from there, and then that's yeah.
Yeah, geez. Oh, that's right. Because you were setting up something with your YouTube, but that's God. Yeah, you're right. More than a few years ago now.
Well, yeah, when 2016ish. Yeah,
Okay,
the whole
yeah.
lead up and whatnot. But yeah, the one thing I want to say to your audience about Paul here is not only is this man talented as fuck, but he is generous as fuck. And he reached into his pocket to help me out. Like, again, because I was just some call-in geek fucking fanboy nerd. On a show that he ended up quitting and leaving anyway, right? But we were still connected on Facebook and shit. And Paul was generous enough, man, like I said, reached into his pocket and like helped me out when I was back up in Philly and going through landlord fucking situations, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to be a reoccurring theme in this fucking country.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. I had forgotten about that.
Hang on real fast, Paul.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Are you on one of the public stations, or is this all online right now?
No, it's all online. We're just on my
I'm sorry,
socials. Yeah.
Dude,
You're
I'm
good.
so forgive me because I'm based at PJ here on Twitch. A Tampa, Florida streamer, and I focus on Tampa, Florida news with my partner who's in South Carolina at the moment.
Nice.
And we talk to like the activist perspective. I was in Occupy ICE here in Tampa a few years back. So yeah, I'm one member of Left Twitch, if you will, Bread Twitch, call-in specialist, as people like to refer to it.
Nice.
I have the like one of the best they say one of the best microphones out of everyone on Left Twitch. But yes, where I was getting at, what was the point? Oh yeah, dealing with landlords down here, but it sucks. You're gonna be leaving Florida? Is that what's happening?
No,
here,
I'm not
or?
leaving Florida. I'm in Miami. I have an apartment in Miami, and I have a redheaded demon landlord who could not wait for the eviction. Where they couldn't evict us. What do they call that?
Moratorium.
Yeah. When they lifted that, even before this pandemic happened, I've known this person. I considered him a friend, quite frankly. But before the pandemic, he just flipped out that, he wanted to raise the rent, couldn't raise the rent, couldn't evict anybody. And as soon as everything was lifted, he was like, and my roommate, who's also a friend, has lived here almost 20 years. And to just throw people out is really the bottom of the barrel as far as humanity.
They try to sell? Is that what it is?
Say it again?
They try to sell?
No, not trying to sell at all. Nothing like that. Just wants to double the rent. And because the whole neighborhood has basically doubled in the last couple of years, but also wants to do some renovations to bring it up, like hurricane windows, things like that, which are pretty big renovations. But so it would be hard to have anybody living in the apartments. It's only 4 apartments. It's a small building. And, to do that. But we were making arrangements to perhaps work together. But the bottom line is when he realized that he could get, because right across the street they're getting, like I said, double That's money.
Which is already, and then it's Miami, which is already ridiculous to begin with
Oh,
anyway,
exactly.
pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, even Tampa. Tampa was just ridiculous.
Well,
and it's ridiculous
yeah,
now.
I mean, housing everywhere is out of control. Let's face it. We just had one of our local activists, Thomas Kennedy. You've probably seen the video. He was heckling
Yeah.
Ron DeSantis.
Funny story.
Yeah.
Funny
Go ahead.
story about Tommy Kennedy, potentially, and involving myself too, potentially. Like, I think I was on that list of social media accounts that were submitted to the court that forced Christina Pushaw to unblock him on Twitter, because she's the new spokesperson for fucking for DeSantis. The pity hire, basically. So to notice the pick-me girl from last year during the COVID shit, right?
Yeah, I don't even really know that much about her. I know she's trouble, but
she all right. So she's this chick from Georgia, not the state, the nation, Eastern Europe, right?
Oh,
and
okay, I had no
apparently
idea.
She's got this background in yeah. Apparently she has this back and settled, like, of Georgian descent, of Eastern European descent. I think settled in California with her family, like went through, the education system there, got focused on foreign policy-esque type shit. But the usual all neoliberal rah capitalism type of shit. And then just like did this weird seminar circuit about Putin and Georgia, but she got wrapped up with far-right nationals in the process, nationalists over there in the process and shit. Like, she's a kooky fucking character. She really is.
Yeah.
And she's got this government job with your tax dollars and my tax dollars in Florida as the spokesperson for DeSantis and his office because she was just doing some notice me senpai fucking tweeting about him and his, quote, handling of COVID last year. So he gives her a fucking job. She blocks Tom on Twitter, blocks me, blocks Greg Stern, a bunch of other South Florida people, and they sued. They sued her saying, you have a government job and you're doing government business from your personal fucking Twitter account. You can't be blocking people. That's First Amendment. Like, it just to show, like, the clown show that is Tallahassee. Like, they just go hire this woman to be a spokesperson, and she's the voice of the Florida State or executive office.
It's
unbelievable. She's the voice
unbelievable.
of the governor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And she's violating the First Amendment on the literal first day of the job.
Yeah, I mean, the Twitter First Amendment and blocking people rather on Twitter has been for government officials has been decided already. I mean, you can't block people. It's that simple. If
AOC got in trouble for it. AOC got in trouble for it with that cloud Joey Salads, whatever the fuck his name is. In Long Island.
Right.
She got, like I said, yeah. She got in trouble for blocking him.
Oh,
so, yeah,
I forgot about
and
that.
it's on her personal account. You know what I mean? It's her personal account, AOC, where she does her not only her personal shit but her government shit. If you want to block people, have two accounts.
Well, that's what I was just
Right?
going to
But
ask. You're saying her personal account as opposed to her. Does she have a representative account or a government account? I'm not.
I don't think she does. No,
Oh.
AOC does all her shit off her own shit.
Yeah.
It's at AOC. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Right.
Like,
Oh no, it's the
at
best Twitter handle there is. At AOC. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not New York, U.S. House 14, New York 14.
Right. Well, I mean,
which
obviously
should
there are
be.
some that have those, but I don't know.
Like, there should be that. There should be something like that. Like, you want to you want to do Twitter about God. Here's the account. You have your personal account. There you fucking go. You know what I mean? But then, I mean, that can lead to more blocking and stuff like that. Because, like, okay, which account are they really going to use? The shit-ass public account, or are they going to use the one that they've been using their whole life? You know what I mean? Like, it's a hairy question. But anyway, Christina's a clown, and Tom Kennedy's the shit.
Yeah. Sorry about that. My roommate just came in because, I just said we were moving, and he's in the process of doing some things. So he was just talking in my ear. I missed just the last part of what you said. I apologize for that.
Just to summarize, Christina Pushaw is a clown, and Tom Kennedy's the shit. So that's really the
Good. The clown show. I mean, honestly, though, I did not know part of what you said about her not. When you said Georgia, I immediately, of course, thought the state of Georgia. I hadn't read anything more about that, but Ron DeSantis, I tell you, I don't know how this state survives these Republican governors. They are so heinous, disgusting. And with this COVID, what we have been going through, it's mind-boggling. I mean, all he does is talk about that Regeneron or whatever, Regeneron, or whatever the hell it is, right? And here we are, you know, like COVID capital of not only the country, like the world, and people just seem to go about their business. I talk to people and I don't get it. They're not that concerned. I mean, we are, you and I are, and the folks like us are, but the regular everyday folks, they don't know what's going on. I don't know.
No, and it's because this thing has been politicized.
Yeah.
It's been politicized, and it's also like to kind of show you just how much of a punk Trump is in a way. Like I know, you know, he's not in office, but just to show how much of a. It's like he soft-shoed behind what he really wanted to say about COVID while he was in office, and now that he's out of office, like it's been like masked off. You know what I mean? Same thing about like with the election with him. It's like, oh yeah, now I'm not in office. Yeah, they stole it from me. You know, like And the thing is, like this whole fucking thing has been politicized.
And it's sad.
Like,
it's sad it's been politicized.
It is. It 100%. It 100% is. And unfortunately, like this is what it is now moving forward. Like I like you said, I don't know how the only two answers I could have regarding how Republicans survive in this state is, well, it's technically three. The media is in the local media, Florida media is in the bag for them.
Yeah, and they're a joke.
Right. Just watch any of your local like Spectrum Bay News 9 or any of that type of shit. It's fucking it's
garbage.
When Trump was in when Trump was in office, it was all just like happy day, and now every day you watch the news, it's like they're sad as fuck. So you know like where they're like leaning with it.
Yeah, for sure. I can't even get through local news anymore. It's just. It's laughable. It's laughable.
Yeah.
I mean, I just wrote on
I know, because
a local, the ABC station here, who's doing, Facebook. They must have a great Facebook, 20-something-year-old who, everything's fun and wonderful. But I said, and every story was not in Florida. Here you are, Local 10. There is so much going on here. And there were 4 stories. Not one of them had anything to do with anything. It was all fluff and alligators in trash cans. That did take place here, but that wasn't even one in the story. You know what I'm saying? Oh, gosh.
No, it's especially with this housing crisis, and the best part is honestly to me, and what's been real fun that we cover on our stream is going over the comments. And like I've engaged in some good volleys with people, like especially like with landlord bootlickers.
Yeah.
Like to call them.
Yes.
But the like they gotta pay the rent. And it's like, dude, the housing cost. Like I sat there and said, yeah, there needs to be more public housing options, like more rent control and so forth and so on. And just to see all the people flip their wigs and lose their shit over it is just hilarious. Like, dude, this one guy was like going on claiming that my mother, when I was like giving me the Forrest Gump story, like that my mom had to sleep to pay rent. It's like, dude, my parents had a mortgage growing up. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking, but it was just like, cause I challenged this guy. I said flat, cause I said flat out, I was like, dude, get a real job, because he's all crying like we're missing out on this money. Well, I'm like, sucks, bro. Your investment didn't work out. Tough fucking titties. I don't know what to tell you. Like, by your logic, do we now have to go and subsidize all the losses I took on the market when I was fucking around with the GameStop fucking stonk shit? Okay, that was an investment. Your real estate is an investment. It's an investment. Get a job. You're worried about your money. Get a fucking job, dude. It pissed these people off so much, and it was amazing. This guy just went like flip his shit, dude. He got suspended from fucking Fate. Like I could like he got busted by Facebook. He got like a 7-day because he tried to like just go hard on me.
Now hold on a second. Let me just understand. You're saying this is on Facebook when you were streaming your show, and it was in the comments or something?
No, I wasn't. No, I was just going through comment section. Like what I do is I'll go through like I'll go through our ABC News like thing.
Oh, I gotcha. I missed that.
Yeah, they'll have a story. They'll have stories in there doing like the anecdotal pool of like the single mom, and then like the 4 college kids, and then like this young professional couple, and like their challenges of the rent and so blah blah. But they always do the heartfelt, heartstrung tug shit, but they don't address the real elephant in the room. Fucking capitalism. They never do, right? So like, I go in there
Good
and
afternoon,
I
calling back
address
to
it.
Right. That's the
I go in
meeting
there-
starting again. Go ahead though.
Oh, gotcha. But it's like I go in there and I address it hard on them. I'm like, this is why too many of you are trying to like fucking profit seek, you know, and rentierism. It's an investment, tough shit. You're gonna lose your money, and they don't like that. They
No.
don't like that one bit.
No.
But like I said, just the way that the local media here in Florida, like it's just so. But anyway, the point was the Republicans is that if you have the media doing that for landlords, you can only imagine what they're doing for fucking Republicans. And so you have that. You have the gerrymandering of all the voting districts, and then the interference with how they fuck with the precinct. Now, where they literally need to put an old lady in a folding chair by a drop box in order for it to be considered valid on every fucking corner or where at every library.
Yeah.
Or wherever fuck. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Florida's fucked up, y'all. But don't give up on it.
Don't give up on the Sunshine State. Now let me just pull this up here and see where they are. You can stay on the line.
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it. Yeah.
Okay.
That he came to reform.
You might need to put my channel
has a
down
very
next to me to
short,
mono, though.
gives a
Okay.
wrong message. You see,
Yeah.
we were not looking for a reformer. Our police chief and that previous police chief, he was running a very good department. The department was very effective. You see, the crime rate was, being reduced all the time. This gentleman was not hired as a reformer. You're sending a message like the police department was in disarray. And I think that is offensive to all the police officers that are part of that department. They were doing a hell of a good job. You see, and we praised them over and over and over again. And now you come and you use the word to reform. Reform what? What do you mean by reform? What was the need for a reform? Was the police department in disarray? No. I think that we should,
they're
stick
just
to the
brutalizing
point
the
that we
fucking
wanted a
African
police
American
chief
and
that
people of
could
color and
continue
indigenous
the
populations.
job
Nah,
that
we don't need
Chief
reform.
Colina
This
was
fucking guy.
doing
This
and
guy.
protect our
I mean,
residents.
so you hadn't heard about this this meeting? I guess it was it earlier this week? Where they were just doing, this grandstanding. It's such a joke. But I'm trying. I'm trying to find where you're.
I'm learning from you. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to find the. I have an audio board too that I'm just trying to find. Why is it that you're only getting one channel?
Commissioner Reyes, I feel like you're talking to me on that because of my statement at the beginning of the day. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. You and the guys on the memo and the press and everybody's talking about reform. Reform.
So please, when the minutes come out, read exactly what I said.
No. I'm not.
No, because it's very important.
Well, it is, okay.
Please let me. You stated
Okay.
that what I've said was offensive, and if you listen to what I said in
I will read it.
I do believe that our police force is very good, and that they have grown and improved every year. Chief Colina was a reformer. He did a lot of work, and we are in a good position. We are out from under a Department of Justice consent decree because of all the years of reform.
Yeah.
And so our police department is in a good place.
Yes,
So
sir.
it's when we talk about someone being a reformer, it's not because it's in disarray and needs complete overhaul.
Yeah.
That's not my point.
Well, a point well taken. I said what you're saying, but not only you have been referring to. I have seen it in the press that, and he says that he claims that we were an impediment for the reforms. I want to know what kind of reforms we needed, and I know that every single department it needs. You have to take some actions to make it better. But the connotation is that we were in total disarray and we were looking for a savior. And that's not true. Police department was working real good, and we were looking for a chief that will continue and will improve the department as needed. See? Reform means that you are going to overdo it, redo it. Okay, that's the only thing that I have to say in deference to all the police officers that have worked so hard to place our department what it is now. That's all I have to say.
Point taken. Commissioner Crowe, you have the floor.
Thank you. And Commissioner Reyes, I'm very glad you spoke ahead of me. I was going to touch upon that at the end of my presentation, but I feel the same way. Chief Kalina did a great job in helping this department. At the same time, we all know we might have had in one meeting a minor difference, but I think Chief Kalina realized after that and how right I was. And I think if you would speak to him today, he would tell you the same. But I look at last summer, and the job that Chief Kalina, with Assistant or Deputy Chief Papier, Assistant Chief Goss, Aguilar, Morales, did in leading this department during that last summer was an example to many other departments in the country. In fact, many police departments across the country were saying that they had to go and do things the Miami way as we kept our community safe and protected and gave sufficient room for everybody to express themselves within the law. And with the small exception of what happened on the first day, that some people went into Bayside and looted there, that was the extent of it.
The hell is he talking about?
Our city was kept safe.
Right.
And I don't know what went on in Houston, but I don't think it was anywhere near as pleasant as we kept things in Miami. And I don't see our crime rate and homicide rate in particular going through the roof. The homicide rate in Houston is going through the roof. So,
misnomer, dumb argument.
At my age, I've been
Dumb
around
argument.
all these false
Through the roof.
prophets and saviors. So I can't say that I'm
Violent
I'm
crime has been
surprised,
trending downward for like the
at
past
all.
2 decades,
Right.
right? And
let
like
me go back.
the only reason why there's a
something that I
quote spike this
touched
year
upon.
is because we're all finally going the fuck back
The
outside.
last
Why can't they just
meeting
have
we had on Monday.
common sense? God damn it!
The manager around anywhere.
Because this is how they're now gonna
This
push
is
like the high, like, oh, this is
really
why we can't
related.
defund the police.
Yeah.
Dude.
Oh
Like,
no,
yeah,
it's
'cause
all
you really- like,
deliberate.
Addressed him.
Yeah, like,
Oh,
because really, more MRAPs on the
Manager
fucking
has to
streets
go to
is
the
what
restroom
stops
too, so
murder,
that's
bro. Like, that's
understandable.
really what stops it. Fucking douches. Just absolute dumb fucking douches.
Yes, I don't see any controls. I mean, my whole setup is a bit complex, but
Mr. Manager, I want to go over. with
Well,
you
let me
for
ask
the
you, I mean,
schedule.
are
You
you
to
like
confirm.
pointing the Zoom to Wirecast digitally,
and at
or
the
is it
same
going
time
through like a
ascertain
mixing board or something?
it's going through a board. I've
What,
got
U.S. manager.
Zoom on a
Wanna give
MacBook
up?
Pro laptop, which is Bluetoothed into a Rode, whatever it's called, Rodecaster Pro. It's a little soundboard. It's fabulous.
Oh yeah, okay. Hang
Yeah.
on a second. There's got it's probably in that. It's probably in that.
occasion-
That's what I'm
because
looking
it's
at.
always-
I've been going into the settings. I don't see,
Watching football
unless I would
games
have to reconnect it, which maybe that's.
or other things of the sort,
I
including
guess I could try that.
if you're going
Hold
to.
on. I don't think I'm going to lose you, but you may
conventions
lose
or
me for a
conference
second.
or
So hold on.
meetings,
Yeah.
in organizations that you belong to that are going to promote you, but not the city of Miami. I don't consider them something that our taxpayers should pay for. But You know, you're the ultimate decision decider on that.
You see, you're the
I want to
decider.
bring this over to you.
Do I have you
Yes.
back?
Yeah, I'm here. I got you.
Oh, yeah, it's still on the left, yeah.
Believe from the information,
Okay, it's still on the one side, but I think I found
See,
something that's going to fix it here
but
in a
it
second.
more clearly upon information and believe. I believe that the police chief was out of Miami between April the 8th through Wednesday the 14th. I believe he was in Houston at the time. From April 30th, Friday, through Monday, May the 3rd, he was out in Austin, I believe. Thursday, May 20th through Saturday, May the 22nd, Orlando. Friday, May 28th through Monday, May 31st, Houston. Friday, June 25th through Sunday, June 27th, San Francisco. I believe it was to the wedding of a family member. I don't know if it was his son or someone else. I really can't confirm, but it was personal, as I'm led to believe. Tuesday, July 5th through Monday, July 12th, Puerto Rico. Friday, July 16th through Sunday, July 18th, California again. It's another wedding. I believe this might have been a nephew's wedding in this one. Not sure. Thursday, August 19th through Friday, the 20th, New Orleans. Friday, September the 17th through Monday, September the 20th, Houston.
The best way to reach your customers?
At least 21 working days that he was out. I believed also, but I don't know, that the week before the 31st of July, when we had the affair at Bayfront Park, this addition to this, he might have been out some of those days. I don't know if indeed he was or not. But some of these other dates, it appear that they're more solid, but I'm giving you these days so that you can confirm which of these dates he was actually gone and what you think he should not be paid for. That he would have to take
Now they're going over his vacation request?
leave
That's what this
time,
is.
You believe this?
other time, vacation time, or what have you. The total amount on these 21 workable days is almost $25,442, I believe, approximately, based on his.
I gotta go feed the cat. I'll be right back.
pay.
Okay, go
You
for
don't
it.
mind here.
Yep,
Commissioner.
go for it.
You recognize?
Sorry to interrupt. I know you're in a train of thought, so sorry to interrupt you, but my figure is 24,969,863. I also counted 21 days, but, and this may be a question to you or maybe to the manager. Does he have working days, or is a police chief work on weekends also? So is it, 'cause I think the number's closer to 30 if you would think that a police officer will work on a Saturday, right? Because crime occurs on weekends too.
Commissioner,
That's just my
frankly,
only-
for $438,000 almost that we pay him
Right.
for salary and benefits, you would hope he'd like to check in and see how things are doing in Miami and the weekend. And that doesn't include the $50,000 we gave him
To move here.
to move here.
I just want to make sure that our numbers match as we move forward on this.
Mr. Manager, one of the rumors been around, which I can't believe this one, but just for the heck of it, I might as well ask you. He's being paid bi-weekly like most city employees, right? He was not, outside of maybe the $50,000, not given any other lump
No.
paid me when he came.
No, he's paid like every other.
I figured that was the case. But I wanted to ask on the record, because,
We did.
you know,
We didn't give him his
maybe
whole yearly salary
I'd
up
be
front, did we?
surprised by what you answered me.
What the fuck?
Bottom line is that he has been out a lot of days in the 5.5 months that he's been here since we brought this up first. Mr. Manager, he has been a chief of police in 2 cities. He knows what the routine is. He knows that he is responsible to making sure that all this is reported correctly. And he also knows that if it's not reported correctly, when he leaves here, whenever that be the case, he could have taken all that unused vacation time, sick leave, other leaves.
Tea leaves, whatever.
So, in essence,
Paternity
some might
leave.
look at this as a major crime. Certainly, you have to understand and believe that if a regular officer would have pulled this, they would have gotten all hell and probably have been fired. But I'm just bringing this out because it's always someone else's fault.
Well, has there? Has there been
It's a
cases
joke.
of this, Joe?
Or they're targeted.
I mean, you're gonna sit there and say like a regular B cop can get fired for doing the same shit.
No.
Like, let's talk about when B cops
This
fucking
is
did
one.
it then.
Because the amounts that I've mentioned here that would never have been corrected in any way, shape, or form, and would have never been corrected if I had not brought this out.
He's a savior.
Let me go to the next one.
Oh, God, he's continuing.
I think we cover the car fairly well. This should be very troublesome because it's not the size of the
I mean,
accident
this just goes to show, right, folks, that like
or damage.
it
to the
just goes to
vehicle,
fucking
whatever
show
you wanna
that you
call it.
you could be Brian Dugan, right?
We knew
Tampa
from
police chief,
the
and
beginning
fucking brutalize the
damage
citizenry for
anything
between
major.
4 to 6 years when he was on that
Just
on
like
the job. Chemical weapons,
the
increase
Papier
of force
vehicle,
27%. Like,
damage,
was there when they were
Just,
doing renting while black.
major
Right.
The
extents
the
of
latest
1,000
scandal to
kilometers
fucking
out.
break with TPD. And he gets to just fucking walk away with a pension.
Problem
Like,
was
he left on his own
the
terms. He was
lying
not
about it.
fired, right?
the falsification.
Avestito comes in and like just kind of talks some shit,
Police
and
reports.
they're all red, and they're
Cover
like
up.
looking at a scrape on a bumper to compel the city manager, the commission manager, to fire him
So that's number
because
two
they can't
that
do
I
it
want
themselves.
you
Petty.
It's
to
just
zero in on.
well, but it just goes
Let
it just
me
goes to show that like
go to number three.
especially like in terms of like police reform, like all this shit that has been talked, like Jane Gaster paints a couple fucking the former police chief of Tampa becomes mayor, paints a few fucking murals, and oh yeah, okay,
Heard
cool,
me say
everything's
before
good, right? Like
that
it's
even
never gonna get
before
fixed. There's so much shit they need to be talking
Mr.
about
Acevedo
regarding crime
was
and
sworn in
housing
as
and
police
mental health and all of these
when he
issues
met
that end up on fucking police
several of our
stat sheets.
Yeah.
Right?
The
But
real
they're-
issues.
personnel.
The real issues.
The police
But
department.
Joey fucking bag of donuts here,
He was immediately
Joey
talking
Bag of
about
Donuts.
the
changing the
fucking
uniform
cheap dinosaur Fred Gwynn impersonator, right?
to another type
This
from a certain company.
He's all he
Specific.
wants to get rid of the railroad this chief out. And I mean, I'm not saying I'm like a fan of the
Was
chief's
not
actions or
consulted with you
or
in
his
any way
absolute
at
like
the beginning.
you know fucking what is it? It's just
No, it wasn't.
bullshit, like
Now,
pageantry
here-
of like, oh yeah,
here's the
I'm a
problem.
reformist. It's like, all right, dude, really reform your shit.
I
Like,
have. I mean,
it's more than just like
I
hack,
find it tremendously,
Right.
you know.
strange
But it's just,
that
but even still, just like
out
a
of the
guy in that
normal
nature,
questions and
like
concerns that a new police
this
chief
is what the 2 days
gonna
worth of
have
special
coming
meetings.
to a new
Yeah.
place,
Hour
In
after
Miami.
hour, day after day,
upper echelon
page after
staff
page.
working with him.
It's an embarrassment, and
One of
they
the first
think
things he
this
says
grandstanding.
before he
They're performing. This is like
The uniform.
a reality show that they love being on camera and they love the Herald writing about them. They love people to. They think they're friggin' celebrities. They're not public servants. They're not there to solve any goddamn problems. Oy.
Fucking dude, Miami is going to like literally, like blocks of Miami are going to wash into the sea within like 10 years.
Yeah, probably within a few hours.
Here's the
Actually, there's a new movie with Hugh Jackman. Don't remember the name of it. Don't know what streaming service it's on, but it takes place here in a Miami, partially underwater. I mean, it's like the movie isn't great, but to see the city, the way that it's going to be, people really need to wake up. Life is not a
It's going to be
movie.
Venice. It's going to be fucking
Yeah,
Venice.
right.
Like it.
maybe it's
like,
like,
people
the
do-
damage in the vehicle.
I'm in Tampa,
Came from
right? I'm in
above.
fucking Tampa, and like we're not going to be
Maybe
no
it's the
better
CIA
either.
that wanted
Like we're not like we may fare a little bit better, but at
Well,
least in
keep
terms
in
of
mind.
like what stupid amount of resources they'll throw to try and build their kaiju fucking anti-kaiju seawalls.
had a contract.
Because they have MacDill Air Force Base here, and it's got
Or-
CENTCOM and SOCOM and all that type
Well,
of shit. Miami, I'm sorry, y'all, you kind of
Approximately
fucked.
February
I don't know what the,
16th,
I don't know what they got in assets down there, but I don't
But,
think it's much.
No.
the distributor
I mean, if this
like,
if this
I-
pandemic hasn't shown that we cannot
buying
handle any
hands
kind
and
of
shirts
disaster
from
in
the
this
police
state,
department that came from a manufacturer.
I don't know what will
flying
wake people up.
across.
Yeah,
We probably
it's
were even
shitty,
buying these
'cause it's
uniforms
like-
before because
and the sad part is that like it
this
should have been
distributor
been
the
addressed like
contract to
10
be
years
the
ago,
distributor.
but we had Bush and Obama. You know what I mean? Like honestly,
That
through the
was
like
over 5
the
years
Bush
ago,
the Bush
February-
admin was like I think the really the last
February
chance.
16th.
Everything now, like I think it's just kind of
Before
like
The chief
a
got
hope
his
and a prayer.
sister already.
Yeah, I know it's doomer pill. I know it's doomer pill and whatnot, but
Moving
it's just
forward,
like
letting it be known he was going to change.
not that Al Gore would have been
Whom
better,
we
but
were
at least
gonna
there would have been
buy
like
the
some
manufacturer of uniforms.
move towards at least a
We wanted to
position
buy
close
from
to
this
where
other
Europe is.
manufacturer of uniforms
Right.
called Blair.
In terms of like climate
No, it's pronounced right
and
or
like
not, but
attitudes of it and so forth. Like,
Yeah,
but
well, he
nah,
was
I
the
mean, Bush-
inconvenient truth. I mean, let's face it, Al
That's
Gore,
right,
if he
that's
were,
right.
if they didn't steal the election, we'd be in
Both
much better
flying
place.
crossings
Let's face
are,
it.
I don't want to say much
believe, or
better, but like
two
at least on the
top companies
culture of
in the
climate and
Well, that's what I
environment, it
mean
would've
about
been-
the climate and the
Yeah,
climate. I
okay.
mean, he was the
'cause he would have gone
inconvenient
to war.
truth.
He would have still gone to
Then the
war.
cut
He would have still
line.
done war.
Oh
shit.
yeah, no,
You know
I
what
didn't
mean?
even.
Like,
My
yeah.
mind didn't even go to that. I'm talking about
okay.
not being underwater in about
We were
by
paying
Sunday night
flying
here.
cars.
I mean,
Yeah,
honestly,
it
every
would've been-
time it rains now, we're underwater. The cars and everything else.
Yeah, like there would have been like
$37
okay, like in moving off, like okay, maybe more changing and a softening of that a softening of the hardened attitudes against public
And-
transit,
Mm.
like trains, like like Gore culturally could have probably put us on a better track in that regard. Like all the other neo-lib shit. No,
Yeah.
like no, he's fucked.
Let's see. Wait a minute. He
He's
just
totally
put his
fucked.
glasses on. Hold on. Let's see what he's gonna read now.
July 30th.
Oh Jesus
Of this
Christ!
He's going back in
Order
time now.
It was for a new manufacturer.
Yo, this is why I
Even though
can't
we're
wait till
buying it
like
from
some
the
millennials and Zoomers get
same
elected into
distributor.
office, like later on in life
Yeah,
and so forth.
yeah,
'cause,
yeah,
like they're
for
gonna
sure.
no, they're gonna
And
be
now
like they're gonna
instead
do
of
like TikTok
$37,
fucking react breakdowns and shit like that. And it's gonna be
cost us
dude, it's gonna be entertaining, like
$69,
seeing fucking poop
26
emojis fly across the screen as someone issues a rebuttal to someone on the Senate floor.
Yeah.
Fucking amazing! I can't wait.
That is
They
gonna
were
be
gonna
great.
buy they were gonna cost
But they'll
us,
get
and
to the
were gonna be
point. Like
bought
they'll make
for
it like I can watch a 4-hour breakdown video because at least like it gets to the point. This guy is just like
Bureau
Yeah.
Company.
I'm going to bail on him in a few minutes anyway, because as my timer shows me, I've been almost at this for 3 hours, and really I'm just, taking the horse out of the barn here, and I'm so glad that you joined me to test a lot of these things and, like, stream and stuff, and we reconnected.
yeah, man.
I just think it's been a while, but from what I've seen and what I remember, you do some great stuff. So hopefully we can do more of this, and maybe I can even. Oh yeah, that's right. I think I was going to call one time in on your show. I'm having a vague memory of that.
Oh, the old Well, I gotta. This is a new. Like I was doing that. My old show was a bit of a lib show.
Oh, okay. Fill me
no,
in.
It was sorry. It was with a buddy of mine it was called Slacker Americana. We were doing it on Facebook, and I mean it was fun, you know what I mean. But it was in terms of just like trying to keep motivations and so forth, and like he's got ideas on how he wants to do stuff. I got my own ideas, you know what I mean. Like we're still friends and shit like that.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
haven't done it, yeah. So it's just like I got on the Twitch because I left Facebook because I caught a ban on my one account, and I was like, fuck it. And I went to Twitter and Twitch and was fucking around there until I got completely banned off.
You're nervous. This is, mind you, the order was placed July 31st. 2 months later, September 29th, we get in an inter-office memorandum to Director Procurement Department through channels from an Assistant Chief of Police the following. Subject, uniform justification. Why do they have to justify it after you bought them 2 months ago? Well, must be that son of a gun, Joe Carroyo, found out about it. And it says, upon arriving at Miami Police Department, Chief Acevedo conducted an operation survey of our sworn civilian employees, from April 6, 2021 through April 20, 2021. Now, keep in mind that I had read before that our chiefs that went up there to meet with him way before this had acknowledged that he wanted to bring this manufacturer with these uniforms into the Miami PD. So if you are saying you've made the decision already, why are you doing this survey? Then it says, one of the most frequent answers to what sworn officers wrote, and it's one of the things that they dislike about the Miami Police Department, is their polyester uniform. Well, that sounds, gee, like there's a lot of people in the department that really want to change. I am told by people that know what came in, there was only 9 police officers that complained about our uniform. Only 9. But the way this sounds is that, it's like the 80% in the FOP poll that want him out. In an effort to find a more modern, reformist, and comfortable option for existing patrol uniforms, the rip-stop uniform was identified and procured. In order to identify a more comfortable option for our existing patrol uniforms, the flip-stop uniform was identified and procured. Well, this is identified before any of this happened. Even before he was sworn in, they were identified already. Who are they trying to kid? It says the uniform order was budgeted and within contractual guidelines. The ripped-up uniforms provide the following: cotton material, breathability. Well, let me tell you this. And I warned these polyester uniforms when I was a deputy sheriff with the county at 18 and 19. And the last thing that a police officer really wants is cotton. We all know what cotton is. The minute you put it on, in a very short time, you're wrinkle everywhere. The polyester stays looking unwrinkled, all the time. And if you want to see the difference of what I'm talking about, go into Google and Google pictures of Miami police officers, and you see
What
how
about
the
this
uniforms
cop,
look.
like this
And look
chief
at
of police,
Acevedo
you
in
know?
his uniform.
Yeah,
You'll see
look
the
at him.
difference.
Look at
What he
him.
looks like.
Look at him.
I mean,
other guys look
I
like.
guarantee if it, Acevedo, I guarantee if
To be clear,
Acevedo was
is the
up there
concern
just being like, Trump, blue lives, like he'd be cool with it. They'd be cool with it. They wouldn't give a shit. He could fuck up all the car bumpers like in the fleet, and they would not be doing this meeting right now.
Right.
He could be undocumented. He could fire all the majors. He could fire all the majors, and they'd be like, "Oh, that's our boy. That's our boy."
Telling you.
The pants provide
No,
better
it sucks. I mean, and
Additionally, we conducted
another big reason too with the whole talking about these Florida stories and the Tampa stories is that, like, yeah, okay, there's Florida man, alligator trash can, Florida man, right? Like, but the thing that people got to realize, like, it's people live here, and I'm not saying this just because I'm living here, but it's like people do live here, and especially in a leftist project, it's about helping people, and it's about seeing people as people, right? Like, you can't sit there and just designate an entire state to be, just your means when 20 million people live there, and a good amount of them are suffering from the system that you claim to fucking hate, or at least oppose, and at least want to try and bring down.
Well, and the
depending on
other
the
thing
flavor.
I have been bringing up recently on Twitter and other places, I keep saying that there are more registered Democrats in Florida than Republicans. Now, the gap is shrinking, and it's shrinking like by the month. And they have registered more Republicans than ever. But for a couple of decades at least, there have been more registered Democrats. Doesn't mean they vote, but they're
Right.
registered. And that part I can't figure out, meaning that we have the power to change it, but we refuse to.
It's because this is a commuter state, and not everybody's a commuter, right? And that's the thing, unless you're old. Like, because here's the deal, bro. Like, here's the deal, right? In a housing project, in say East Tampa, like Robles Park, which is a predominantly black section of the city, they won't have a voting booth in the fucking office area of the lobby to the rental agency that runs that place.
Now,
But
hold
they'll
on one
do it
second.
at
I
the
want to hear what he said something. 1 second.
You know what? No one has had, except 9 guys that, had some problems with the polyester. I would suggest
He's getting into fabric.
if they didn't like the
He said something about he want,
Cadillac type that we were providing, they could buy their own and pay the difference. We shouldn't have to pay,
Oh, he doesn't want to play for
Rolls-Royce,
police uniforms.
Mercedes-Benz for everything. But the problem here is not that we were looking necessarily, and this is what concerns me, what is best for our officers. The problem here is, or some of the allegations that have come to me, that the reason that all this has transpired, and this came from the past, is that there were allegations that Mr. Acevedo had a personal relationship with the owner or one of the owners of this manufacturer out of Massachusetts.
Do you believe this
What's come
guy?
to me, and I don't know if
This
it's
bag
true,
of
Matt.
donuts.
I have no idea, but
I mean,
If he
like,
could lie about me and so many things in that memo,
dude,
including the Frank Michelle stuff
this is
and
such
more,
like all this is doing is
I
kind of like
certainly
it's petty. It is kind of like
have
petty shit
Hmm.
because it's
right.
just like a poisoning of the well. It's like
Furthermore,
now, I mean, he
permission,
could
the
be
obligation.
potentially lying about
Well,
having this relationship with a guy in Massachusetts, and blah blah blah, and it's like.
He's pushed
You
these
know.
uniforms, these very
Like this
expensive
dude's saying a lot of
uniforms.
shit without providing a lot of evidence.
Well, that's just it. You know, it's the Trump play card. Like, you know, you just say it enough times, and nobody has the information. You know, they don't have the facts. They can't defend it. Nobody has the, you know what I'm saying.
Is this really what happens, like with councils, like that? There's just this kind of like trial that can happen where you are like public courted
Giving this one also
by
to you.
commissioners based upon whatever you're,
Check out everything that I
whatever
stated
you're
in
bringing,
your
whatever's being brought before. You know, like.
How and when was the first time
Yeah.
that these
I mean,
uniforms came out? The
it just
process
feels
that
like
we
way
follow, and
too weird, like
everything
tribal
more.
elderly shit. Like,
Commissioner, if I may, you know that we voted for an investigation.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
this is going to be part of it, of course.
Okay, let's remind.
Yeah, but the manager
the
doesn't
city
have to
attorney-
wait.
The city attorney and the chairman of this
Yeah.
committee.
But the manager
that
doesn't have to
everything
wait.
have to be investigated.
Yeah, but the manager doesn't have to wait for this to begin or finish.
Everything's going to be investigated.
He
Even the
has
investigator's going to be
ability go and
investigated.
Do other things.
That and reminding everybody that
Yeah.
it's going to be an investigation.
Of the
you know what?
investigation.
Okay, so yeah, this is.
All bases.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah, the basic. Okay, so well, what it is I don't know if people aren't sure. What basically has to happen is these Joey Bag of Donuts and his friends on the commission can't fire the police chief.
Why you do that, Commissioner?
They can't fire him. I don't think the mayor can even fire him.
I was asking.
Oh, really?
Miami even
I'm not sure. I
Miami
don't
even
know.
have a mayor? Does Miami even have a mayor?
If a particular.
Yes.
Yeah, Miami got
Yeah, and he's out of town. He's supposed to be there.
And it's clearly a much.
I
more
think-
The
expensive
city, it's the commission manager. It's the one young guy that's off to the side that they go to with who really doesn't know how to speak into a mic.
company that could be a
He's like
Oh,
the young-
that
he
guy.
looks like the
Yeah,
youngest-
yeah.
city vendor, right?
Yeah, that's
So,
the guy that
then-
has to make the decision to
What's the
fire
process
the
for that?
chief of
And when you
police.
see-
I
does that get
see.
to you?
That's the guy, and what the
when we do
council can
that,
do.
the
That guy,
police
that guy,
Yeah,
he just flashed
yeah.
on the screen. He got
Yeah.
the jacket with the red shirt.
Department head
Yeah.
can come in and
Okay.
say, I'm gonna buy a product that is almost twice as
Yeah,
expensive.
yeah, that's the
and
guy
there's
that's
no
got
oversight
to
of
be that has to be
That
like,
department
yeah,
head can
okay,
do
I
that?
see what you're saying, fire him.
So, in
If
this
the
particular
council
case,
vote
obviously
no
the
no
commissioner's
confidence,
correct.
like I think it has to be unanimous. I just was because this is what Wikipedia was telling me.
As part of the
But it has to be
contract,
like basically they vote like I have a no
the
confidence vote and it goes through and
change out a
passes.
uniform type
Um,
in that vendor's,
Then the manager is compelled to
inventory,
do
say,
something.
or the
What that do
uniform
something
vendors they
is,
represent.
I don't know.
As far as the cost of the uniforms, as
And I
long
think
as
what
it
they're
didn't
doing
stray
is
from the budget and didn't cost more
Ruining this guy's Friday evening
Right.
department director.
to make him just naturally come to that
It costs
Yeah.
more, but as long as he stayed
before
within budget,
Monday morning they drag
Within
everyone's
his
ass
own
back in
department.
there at 7:30
And
to like
are you aware
7:45
that this
to
police
then
chief ever
drag out
looked at
like
the
a
same
no
existing
confidence
vendors,
vote
say, "Do
until
you have
like
the
8
same
o'clock.
kind of product?"
I don't. There, that
You-
was
you-
never,
you-
it was not vetted through me. So whatever request was made within the police department went through procurement, through the proper channels.
Correct.
But also
Well,
it-
I think I might have had enough fun for today. I don't know about you, but
I understand that part of it, but I just understand that internally
I'm
they
3
can
hours
move-
into
they can-
this.
They can move from one vendor
Oh
to
man,
another,
come on,
and
you got to
it
do the
costs twice
big.
as much.
Got to get
As long
yourself
as
ready
that
for the big
vendor
8-hour
is
marathon,
allowed-
baby.
I know it. I don't know
Got to
how
do the
these
8-hour
people
all
do
day
it.
react.
How
man.
long are
Like,
your
it's-
streams? You go for hours?
we usually do at first I was like coming in twos on my solos, but then like when looking over my partner, like we've been running fours. We've been about 4-hour streams.
Nice.
We did a big fucking 8-hour the other night. But yeah, I mean, I got friends that like they start at 11, they end at 8. You know, start at 9, end at 5. Like they do it like a job. You know what I mean? And,
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, that's what I'm hopefully going to build because I have seen so many. I'm not even following you. How did you find me on Twitch? This is so funny.
Yo, all right, yo. So check this out. You were in the search channel, and I saw like as soon as like and it's funny because the Surfs Lance has like 5 chat rooms now because they have their own .tv
Yes.
site and shit.
Yes.
and they're .gg, and but you were in the Twitch chat, and as was I, because I don't do them .gg shit.
Chuck,
And
Joey, you
like
guys
I
so
saw
sensitive
you
to it.
comment,
That's why you
and I was like, I was like, cause who? I'm just thinking in my brain like, who else is going to like have like their name as their fucking handle, right? Other than Paul Leary, right? Like, who the fuck else? Who the fuck else?
They probably
And I was like, no, I was like, no fucking way.
That is hilarious.
Tell me this is not, no. I was like, no fucking way. So I click on it, and I was like, wait a minute. Click on the profile. I was like, wait a
I
minute.
love it. I love it.
Wait a minute.
That is
No,
awesome.
because like I said, I just got back to Facebook, and because I walked away from it before the election and all that shit from the band and blah blah. And I was just like, there's no. And then I clicked through the VODs, and I was like, oh my god, it's Miami fucking radio guy. No, it's no fucking way. I was like, how the
Nice.
fuck does this shit happen?
Nice.
And it was like literally what, yesterday or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, that's when you just
Like,
saw me
literally-
yesterday? Okay, cool.
Literally yesterday. It was literally, yeah, I believe it was just literally yesterday. Just clicked on the search because I think they was doing something about like Tim Pool, and I was like, oh, that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, yeah. And you know, a lot of times I'm watching on my Apple TV, so I only I go into the comments, but not as, if I'm on my phone, obviously I'm commenting, but if I'm watching it, but if there's something that I want to comment on, I go back to the phone. So I didn't see you, or I didn't, I don't know if you, message, added me.
I sent a whisper. At first, well, that was the thing. Because I saw you comment in the Surf's public chat, and then I was like, oh, I was gonna like at you in there and be like, holy shit, Paul, it's me. You got me from Facebook. I was just like, no, let me do it as a whisper. I was like, probably be a lot easier.
But did you do it yesterday or
and then
today?
I was like, oh shit.
This is,
It was today.
okay.
Yesterday.
Okay.
It was yesterday. Yeah, and then it was yesterday. And then I was like, oh shit, let me follow him up. Because I know I'm an affiliate on Twitch. I finally got to that. It was a grind, but I fucking got there.
Nice.
That's why if you look in the chat, I got my cat as a fucking emote. I got me as 2 emotes.
Oh yeah. Damn, there you are.
So I gotta try and get.
Oh
15
shit, I'm
subs.
zooming in. That's great.
Yeah, I gotta try and get 15 subs before I can get another emote slot. Twitch is a fucking game. Like it really is a game. It's a video game. It's a platform about playing video games that treats it like a video game. Like, oh shit, they brought a cop up.
Oh yeah, let's see what's
These
going on.
are long-lasting, so they're extremely durable. As you mentioned, they're a little cheaper, but they're a bit
A
older.
little cheaper?
Well, a lot cheaper.
because-
20 bucks a shirt, I believe, is more or less the
Well,
cost.
no, it's a little more than 20, but
Yeah.
they're half the price almost as the others.
So we have shifted before to a different type, like some of our problem-solving teams have the polo shirt that's a hybrid, has a little material from a different vendor, our original vendor, which is the Flying Cross. And those shirts we call them the hybrid because it's like a dry fit material on the bottom, and they have a new material on the top that's 37.5. Those were put into place prior to
But
the
those
current
are
administration.
still have a percentage of polyester on them.
Oh Jesus.
Why,
Oh my god.
Yes.
They're
certain
literally
percentage of polyester.
arguing this shit.
to my knowledge.
Oh my, they're literally arguing
information
fabric.
Yeah, somebody
my
bring
God.
up a label. Take that shirt off. I want to see the inside of that
Department's
label.
History, at least in the recent
Oh my
history,
god.
the last
I'm
6
so
years,
sorry, Miami.
there was only one other order made
I'm so sorry.
from this manufacturer, Blair, and these were 3 not police shirts. They were
That's just unreal.
T-shirts type. There were only 3 of them, so it seems that somebody wanted to look at
You know,
them
you
as
could have gone to
samples.
Kohl's and got them for
Apparently,
12. Is that what it's
thinking
like? Come on,
not
Joey.
to further order anymore. Maybe it's because of price, or I don't know what, but. there were
Oh
only
my God,
3,
this is
so
hilarious.
That's why I get that impression. But here's where I really would like to go. And there an order placed for 750 or somewhere in that amount, any kind, of PR-24 aluminum batons, or was that order going to be placed?
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Discuss
Did the chief
in
pay
one of our
for his
chiefs'
side of the
meeting,
fucking pizza?
the chief's desire to go ahead and reissue.
Do you ever watch
PR-24s
the
to all our
Tampa
offices.
meetings like
I don't
this
know if the purchase order was put in there.
over
We're
there?
having a tough time finding a vendor that would have the newer style of PR-24s, which are the ones, the little batons that has a side stick.
Did
that
I
you've
lose
seen,
you?
Like in TJ Hooker.
No, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm sorry. What was the question? I was listening
But
back
the
to the
ones
stream
that
real
we
quick.
had available were the ones
Do
that
you
are
ever
composite,
watch
like a
meetings like
plastic.
this over there in Tampa?
Having a difficulty, so I don't know if that purchase order
No,
went through or not, but there was an
well,
intent
I
to do so.
did, like, because it was like the big stories. Like, we had our citizen review board that they wanted to make massive changes to, like some good changes
Yeah.
to like oversee police shootings and officer involved shootings and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
And it was like a big battle like between the mayor and the council, and then the council
I
just
don't,
douched out.
Commissioner, but we could definitely find out. We could
There was another
go and
one.
look at our system and ask our budget manager if that other order was
Oh
processed.
shit! Which
and we can
one
have
was?
that answer
Oh yeah,
within
it was
a couple of minutes.
the Manatee County. So there's this guy named James Thatcher, who's a county commissioner for Manatee, that I think a lot of people need to really pay attention to, as well as Webster. What the fuck was his name? It's not. It wasn't. It's not Simpson. It was Webster Stanley, I think, or something like that. These two, he and Webster is a state representative. These two men are the ones that are really going to be pushing the heartbeat bill shit. Webster introduced a bill for next year's legislation, and Thatcher was the one that's been like sending letters talking about like doing sanctuary for cities or sanctuary county for unborn children and shit like that. He's also given like $100,000 to like religious-based birthing centers and shit and whatnot. Like, but these are two men that are at least in the political side of the thrust from these organizations of like bringing Gilead to fucking Florida.
Yeah.
For the most part. So like those are the two big ones that I had watched. Especially with the abortion one with Thatcher. A friend of mine got arrested out front fucking live streaming. Like just asking the fucking sheriffs like I need a name and badge number because he was being a dick to her. And they just straight gripped her up, fucking arrested her, trying to hit her with like all kinds like resisting with violence or some shit like that. It was ridiculous. Just for live streaming, for the and asking some questions for the most part.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Florida's getting wild. Like, I mean, here's some hopium. I got hopium for you. Like,
Yeah.
Tampa activists had some major bullshit order of lemonade thrown out of court against them from July 4th last year. This one I mentioned. If anyone who's watched seen the Now This video of like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Super Bowl riot versus the BLM demonstrations in Tampa, like
Right.
when Now This did that comparison, that those people are still facing charges right now.
Really?
Like, the fucking state attorney, Andrew Warren, his office, and Danielle Villa, what the fuck was her last name? It's not Villanueva. It's Villanelle or something like that.
Yeah.
They're still trying to go through on like charges and proceed on this specific arrest, right? Like these from July 4th when they were out on Dale Mabry, and like the state was trying to basically say tell the defense you can't submit this evidence, you can't show this video, you can't talk about the peaceful nature of protests, you can't talk about the conduct of the police, you can't talk about the fact they don't have criminal records and this, that, and the fucking third, and all these other different and all these things. But fortunately, a judge like threw out like a lot of it.
Nice.
Kept some of it, which is bullshit, but threw out a majority of it. So that they can show the body cam footage of the bike cops just plowing into these people for no fucking reason. You know what I'm saying? Like for no reason. They were not provoked into any violence against. You know what I mean? Like the protesters, like nothing like that. So a bunch of shit was thrown out, and even other charges were thrown out, but they're still facing some shit. And I think today, yeah, I got to go check because it's 5 o'clock, and I'll have to check Creative Loafing. But my buddy who works for Creative is a reporter there. Like, he's been covering that beat. You know what I mean? He's been following that and going to the court every time there's anything in the court. He's there at the courthouse all day, and he's taking down the notes.
Nice.
And he prints it that night. So hopefully, yeah, I believe today there was supposed to be something. It was either today or Monday. So yeah, there's hopium. The judge, some of the judges are having some common sense against some of these prosecutors because, like, I don't know. Like, I think, I mean, I don't buy too much into a lot of the January 6th hype. Like, I have fears about it, but it's not. I don't call it like a 9/11 or something like a 9/11 as some folks may have, right? But I do think that helped frame to, like, centrist and even the rank and file, like, bureaucrat type. That, yeah, the Black Lives Matter shit. It was like it's really nothing
We'll get the
compared to,
information on the
like,
purchase order for you, Commissioner.
right wingers doing shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I you know, it's and especially in the cases too, because it's like no one is sitting there like, no one is like, oh, the guy that burned down Chance, let him go free. Like, no, he's gonna have to pay. He has to face consequences. He burned down Chance. Like, he's been arrested. He's been convicted. He's looking at 5 to 20. You know, like he's handled. You know, but like Jamie Bullock, you know, and Chue Uche, or Chue Uchea.
Yeah, God bless
yeah,
you.
you know what I mean? Like them two, like no, they shouldn't be. You know, like everyone saw their arrest on video, and it's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, you're giving them a felony for what? Like walking on the street, like, and holding an umbrella. Really? So
disgusting. Well, listen, I want to
like I
talk.
said, hopium.
Listen, I want to talk to you offline. So let's keep in touch, and talk about some things. Okay? Does that sound good?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Florida streamers, man. I'm trying to get a fucking cabal going on this.
Good.
motherfucker, man.
I'm right there with you. Yes. But
We got you repping Miami. We got me, and my partner Corvus Ursa. Like, we're repping Tampa,
Nice.
right? I know there's Comrade Gomer. I think is here in Florida. I think in Central.
Excellent.
I know. I know we got a difficult truth. A difficult truth is in the Orlando area. ADT's a real good.
See, I don't even know half
Morning.
these names, but listen, I want to talk to you about it offline, okay?
Okay.
So for
yeah, I can go for hours.
And I love that about you. I love that because I got to do some other things tonight as well. So I am so glad you found me. I think it was a divine intervention. It was meant to be.
My ass is unemployed, and I'm trying to find a job too. So.
Let's make this work. I've got some ideas I want to talk to you about. Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, so I'm going to stay on here for a minute. I'm going to bring you down with the audio.
Rent it for events.
Gotcha.
And let me open the chat.
Came from Texas.
Or you're talking the one, not the one by the Intercontinental Hotel. I was trying to picture.
No. I'm talking about the slip between the American Airlines Arena and Ferret Park. This part of Ferret Park.
That's, yeah.
So none of you guys are invited.
No.
God, I feel bad.
Is it a nice one?
Were you invited?
I feel guilty.
He invited you?
No.
Well, I had a call from Mr. Acevedo that he very much wanted me to join him so he could introduce me a Mr. Tillman. Now, I'm not talking about the Sergeant of Arms that resigned recently because he had enough of the BS that he was seeing. A heck of a police officer, by the way, that I have the utmost respect for him.
Me too.
And I'm sorry that I wasn't in a position that I could have done more for him and others.
Yep.
But this is a different Tillman, a white Tillman, not an African-American Tillman like our Sergeant of Arms that resigned. And
What the fuck? Whoa. What the fuck did you just say? I gotta jump back in.
Okay, I brought you back up.
Whoa.
went out for 20 minutes.
It was a white
around,
film. Wait, what? What?
water. I realized that, I mean, if you're going to go out, you go out a little more or something. This is just to talk to me.
All right, I'll hop off. I gotta go.
All right, buddy. All right.
Great seeing
You got my message, right?
Basic. Yes, I did. I did. I
Okay.
got it. I'm gonna text you here in a second.
Okay, good.
If everyone would be kind too, I am Base of PJ. Twitch.tv. Base of PJ, like the instrument. BASSOFPJ.
Excellent.
Paul, I will chat with you soon, brother.
Pleasure. Good to talk to you. All right. Take care. That was great. Thank you. Bye.
The vacation that or in the trip, should I say, I don't know what he was doing in Houston, that he took when he left between September 17 and 20th at the football game, I think, in Houston, with him in the sidelines. Pleasant chap, you know, sharp businessman. I found out that he owned, I don't know how many hundreds of different restaurants and chains and so on and everything, and the captain of the boat for him was ticked off because they had to pay so much, because they went through an agent so they could lease from the Bayfront Park Trust, which I'm the chairman of. I had seen the yacht there before, but I wasn't aware of what arrangements had been made or anything. In fact, I only saw it the day before or earlier that day, because I had to be in the park to measure some things out for the dog park that we're soon going to open there. Not the dog sculptures, that's next, the dog park.
The real dogs.
Real dogs. In the course of the conversation, you know, that they wanted to come here, they'd be willing to rent a space, you know, on a permanent level if they could get it. And I said to them, I said, listen, it's funny because we recently had a proposal sent to us that I haven't even had the time, I said, to look at, from this firm that's supposed to be the largest in the world for mega yachts like yours. And Mark Anthony is involved with them in some way, because he came with them and has spoken to me some weeks back, and then they sent a proposal. Well, he asked what they had proposed, and I told him the amount. And he says, well, I'll meet that right away. If I could, you know, lease it all and so on. I said, well, you could certainly, you know, make an offer, and we could go from there. And then we talked about, with all the land we had in Bayfront Park and so on, what were we going to do, plans. So I mentioned to him, I said, look, maybe in the future, we're trying to not have such huge events to bring in money that are loud and have the parks closed for, you know, weeks at a time. We, you know, might, if the board approves and the commission approves, look at bringing in maybe a couple of restaurants or so. And he was all excited because he's got restaurants, so he wanted to see the park the next day. This is a Friday. So I said, sure, I'll be happy to, because I think he was leaving on Sunday or something. He wasn't there long. So the next day we agreed to meet at a certain time. I went, and right away I'm getting a call from the police chief that he's going to be there. And, you know, I could meet him there. I said, no, you know, we could meet right at the park. And I told him where. So we were there. We walked around. The gentleman had a lot of different ideas and stuff and everything. He wanted to see if he could get a survey of the park so he could study and see what he could propose to us that he could do there. And he asked for the survey. I said, I'll try to get it to you. I don't know if we had a survey or not. And at least on 2 other occasions, I'm being asked by Mr. Acevedo about the survey. Mr. Tillman is a businessman, and I certainly respect that. That's nothing wrong with looking at business. But I find it strange that my police chief was acting like a middleman in this. And it's like he wanted to win favor with Mr. Tillman. Twice he's asking me for the survey. I never heard from Tillman. I never heard from his boat captain on surveys or anything. But I did hear from Art Acevedo. Where's the survey? Where's the survey? And I'm only bringing this up because of all the crap and lies that he put down in that 8-page memo, trying to pretend that he's holier than thou and such a reformer. The reformer that he didn't show he was in Austin, Texas, nor in Houston, Texas, and certainly not in California with the pictures. Yeah, Chuck, the ones you guys don't want to talk about in the Miami Herald, the new Miami Herald. Another instance, and by the way, on this particular case, and this is one that's, Mr. Manager, you should yourself look into it and ask for records, and we might even provide you some names of people that were there. But it's my understanding that there were police officers that were assigned, I don't know what hours or what, but they were assigned to be in that area there for his friend, Mr. Tillman, to feel safe with a mega yacht there. In the history of the Bayfront Park Trust, I've never heard that that's been done for any of the yachts or mega yachts that have parked there that rented space from us. But you know what's worse is that the residents that are part of Commissioner Russell's district have called me so many times to complain about some of the situation around there, in particular with homeless and others, and about the lack of police presence in Foray Park and in that area downtown. I myself have complained about it, and you heard me here not that long ago and months ago, and we get very limited police presence in our 2 prime parks, not just for the city of Miami, but for all of Miami-Dade County. And if you have a close friend like this, it appears that it's a little different. Now, gee, if any one of us would, I've had a friend, and I tell you right now, I got more billionaires friends, close friends, than Mr. Acevedo could ever count. I got him in the U.S. and I got him outside the U.S. But if I would have had one of my friends that came with one of their mega yachts to park him there, and I would have called the chief, which I never would for that, and told him to, hey, listen, put some Miami police officers there, make sure that they feel safe. You would have been reading about it in this memo, how I'm trying to interfere with the police department. And I'm taking retaliation against him because I the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy. Now, Mr. Manager, please make a note of that, and if you need more direct names quicker, I'll go to you. And I hope that the intimidation, the threats, the state of fear that I am being told is happening in the department doesn't go as far as they're going to start going at the officers that were stationed there and put there, and they're going to start squeezing them. Now, it's not the only case on actions that are not appropriate of a police chief in dealing with an elected official. You all remember a recent program, asked him a question, you know, on his future and so on. Carlos Watson, the syndicated program, and in fact, I believe that it's no relation with Commissioner Watson, by the way, so there's no conflict there with him. But I believe Carlos lived...
Other than a close friend.
I believe Carlos lived in Coconut Grove for a while, years ago. But anyway, I received, I only mentioned that in the program because I'm wondering out loud if maybe that's how the invitation came to that program. The fixer, Art Acevedo, you know, got that interview so that he could win some brownie points maybe. I don't know. I haven't spoken to the mayor about it. I might after this meeting to see. But here's the point. I got a call from Art Acevedo that Carlos Watson had this 2-day event that he would do in Central Park in New York every year. He wanted to bring it to Miami. I said, well, great. He wanted to bring it down here to Bayfront Park. So I said, well, look, you know, Bayfront Park is really having so many events, and we're supposed to have a limitation. I said, I'll be happy to speak to him, but I suggest that we go over to Ferre Park. That doesn't get as much activity. So I said, have him get a hold of me so he come and meet with me. So a meeting was made for me with Mr. Carlos Watson, and who comes in with him? Our chief of police. He wanted a good deal, and he expressed that to me clearly. He wanted a good deal for Carlos Watson, because that would be great for Miami and all that, you know. It's part of the reform that he's going to bring. And I gave Mr. Watson a fair deal, good for the trust in the city and for him, but it was a fair deal. Basically, what I understood that he was paying in New York, maybe a little more in Central Park. And there are texts and communications, 3 ways and more. On that, I've gone through 3 phones recently, so I'll have them in between the 3. But if not, they could be easily gotten from my telephone carrier. The chief was acting, not the way a police chief should be acting. That if he has someone he knows that want to do something here, hey, here's Commissioner Carollo, sit with them, you work the deal, that's it. He's gone. No. He wanted to be through it, and he was through every part of it. There were other communications in between. the last communication that I got, but before I go into that, let me tell you what he immediately did. In order to get this to a level that they wanted, the Miami PD special event unit was called, and the prices they gave of how many off-duty officers were needed. Acevedo made sure that he himself would contact that unit to get it to the level that he felt would be appropriate for Mr. Watson's pocketbook for the event. The last that I heard was that I got a three-way text to me and Acevedo from Mr. Watson, Carlos Watson, that the city attorney's office had not signed the contract. And this was on a Friday afternoon. And they needed that contract signed that day, because otherwise they might lose different performers, different people they were going to get for that two-day event. I really got ticked off about it because, number one, what does he think? He's calling late afternoon on a Friday to get me to what, put a gun to the city attorney and sign something that I don't know what state is in? And he's making sure that I know that he's letting his friend be in the three-way text. Like if it's going to put pressure on me, and I certainly felt that that's what it was, to get it done. Madam City Attorney, did I ever call you on that or any of your staff?
I didn't know about it.
Because I didn't call you, and I didn't call anybody. I let the process run whichever way it had to run. And last I heard was that because of COVID, they ended up deciding not to do it. I don't know if a contract was ever signed or not, or what happened, but that's what I heard. But I just want to put this on the record, because this man has accused three of us of a lot of lies, trying to pretend that he's the great reformer. And he's no reformer. Yeah. Do we have, from my staff, Jose, do we have the video from the interview on suing the governor? You don't have that, maybe you have the video on where he's threatening Tommy, the head of the union? This the one in Channel 6? I'm sorry, this has to do with a relative, and it's the doctor calling. If you could bear with me for a minute, please. family's well-being is much more important than this gentleman here. Okay, if you could play the
Let's
part
talk
here.
about this rise now in COVID. Is the Miami Police Department going to ask their officers
What
and
happened?
their civil
I
employees
just
to wear
hit my
masks?
ankle.
We are already back. The city just changed the policy that if you don't have you have to show your vaccination card in order not to wear a mask. But I'm telling you right now, a lot of our folks are not vaccinated. And if I get my way in the next couple of weeks, we're going to say, you must get vaccinated, because I feel very strongly that, well, first of all, let's be real clear. How we made a public health epidemic a political issue is beyond me. Say this, and what I love about Francis Suarez and Arthur Noriega getting back to COVID, I think we're close to making everybody get shots. I'll just leave it at that. Vaccinated. We're close.
We're close.
Hey, if you don't like it, go find another job. You're putting the public at risk. What I love about those guys.
Back to COVID. So the governor says that we cannot ask anyone for their for their vaccine card. So how are we going to pull that off how are you going to pull that off in the city of Miami?
We already did. We're already doing it. And, if he wants to take us to court, we'll just have to take it to the courts. Governor Abbott, a guy that I used to fight with every once in a while in Texas. By the way, as a Cuban, most of us are center right. We're center. We're not too many of us are left, right? But I like to call balls and strikes. And he tried to say that this took away funding from the schools or some crazy thing that wanted to mandate masks, and the federal judge just blocked it there. So I think ultimately we're going to end up in the courts. But we're doing it. The city's made that decision. I think it's a battle worth fighting. And I'm sure I think we're getting very close to mandating vaccines like starting to happen across the country for our first responders. Could you imagine a police officer or firefighter coming to your home and giving COVID to your loved one dies? How angry would you be? And I think that would be horrific.
Is he back?
The Madam City Attorney, who in this government has the right to sue the governor?
Any lawsuit that we bring would have to be approved by the city commission.
Okay. Mr. Acevedo was alluding to being able to take one of the steps that belongs to us, the suing part. I don't care about any of the back and forth, because look, I believe in vaccinations. That's why I started in my district, especially with the senior, before anybody did. And that's why we in the city of Miami are, way ahead of many other areas. This is not about this governor, one party or the other. When I was mayor, I had the best relationships with
the best people.
Governor Lon Childs, a Democrat, great man, and I had a very good relationship with Jeb Bush afterwards.
Jebediah.
So this is not about me trying to defend DeSantis or anything else. DeSantis
sounds like it.
Himself, I don't care about that. This is about that a police chief cannot be going out talking about, alluding to, suing a governor. That only falls upon this body to make that decision. Furthermore, I don't care if they're a good governor or a bad governor. We
Preferably
need to have
bad.
the best possible relationship with a governor, because they're the ones that hold the keys to how much money is going to be allowed for any local government to receive before or after it's approved by the legislature. And this is another example of how this man has taken upon himself to be the city spokesperson in a big way, to be pretending that he can make decisions that fall upon this commission and take that right from us, something he can do, and put in jeopardy funding to all of our districts. This fiscal year, I received $3 million, Commissioner Ray is the same, from Tallahassee, that if we would have had a governor that was ticked off at us in any way, I guarantee you, we would not have gotten that. So that's why I wanted to bring this out, so that we could see the difference on another issue altogether. Can we go to the next one here, 6?
Let's talk about this.
His homework. He is a sergeant in this department, and he can't just be making stuff up, which it seems that he's very good at.
Can we put the volume up on that, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, can you raise it a little bit?
You hear it now?
Reyes needs to start doing his homework. He is a sergeant in this department, and he can't just be making stuff up, which it seems that he's very good at.
I think it's clear to anybody that understands his actions so far and his style that he's throwing, you might call it indirect, I don't think it's that indirect, threat at the head of the FOP, that while he might still be the head of the FOP, he's still a sergeant in the Miami Police Department, and you know, the part about lying, you know, you can't lie. So I guess that falls into the you lie, you die theory of Acevedo, except when it comes to him. Let me go into one last one locally, and then I'll just finish it off by going through a quick reminder of some of the past stuff. There was a sergeant, I don't know what his name is in our department, that was recently fired. He was fired by Chief Acevedo for saying the word queer. Now, while many in the gay community might not consider that a bad word in itself, I do believe, from what I heard, that the sergeant was using it in an inappropriate way to refer to one of our officers. Chief Acevedo fired him. Even the officer whom the sergeant was referring to told me personally that the sergeant, while being an A, should have never been fired. Just for saying that, he should have received a reprimand, maybe a serious reprimand, but not fired. I believe that this officer was fired for 2 reasons. One, he wanted to impress the union leadership. 2, he wanted to use it later on so that he could show how much of a progressive reformist chief he was for any future campaign for sheriff of Miami-Dade County, like I believe is what he really came down here to accomplish, and use our office of police chief as a trampoline to get to that, with all the publicity that he could receive. We've gone through a lot of stuff today that we've been very clear. We have a department that, from the so-called reformists, the self-proclaimed reformists, frankly, that from everything that I presented on Monday shows that he didn't leave any reforms in Austin, in Texas, and he certainly did not reform any of the trainees, especially a certain female trainee under him when he was in California. There is no crime plan that I know of that he's presented to our city. Do you know of any, Mr. Manager?
Sorry, say again, Commissioner.
Has he presented any kind of a crime plan, how to combat crime, how to combat the key areas in law enforcement that will reduce crime?
He hasn't presented one. Actually, I should have one in very short order, though.
Okay. Now.
Wait, I'm sorry.
No. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You should have a crime plan in very short order,
Yeah, I asked
5
for it.
months after he got here. So why are you gonna have a crime plan at this stage of the game?
Because I asked for it
When did you ask for it?
yesterday.
You asked for a crime plan from the city
And in
police?
addition to some other things, but yeah, that was one of the things I asked for.
Okay, that's one of the things you asked for.
And a recap of what he's already put in place.
Mr. Chair,
Well,
through the chair.
hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a little bit of an issue here, Mr. Chair, because I want to let Commissioner Carollo say everything he needs to say, because I think he's been pretty comprehensive. And look, I have a whole file myself, because Mr. Commissioner Carollo wasn't the only subject of lies here, outright lies. So was Commissioner Reyes, so was I. So, of course, we all prepared, I think it's individually, obviously, for our own exposition of what we're going to say, but I know it's late and all that, but I'm going to let Carollo finish, Commissioner Carollo finish his question. But this kind of shocks me. Not that there's a crime plan that you requested yesterday, but it shocks me because that he didn't present one to you when he first got here. I mean, that's what hold on. That's what a police chief does, right? Not do interviews, not do all the things he's done since he's been here, and lies and cover-ups and everything else. But what he does is, this is my plan to fight crime, right? So it's shocking to me that he didn't come to you when after he was first hired, said, this is my plan of action for my first 100 days, my first, 6 months or whatever. So one of the things I was going to ask you that I don't want to leave here today without going through is what directives he's given this police chief, what was the result of the meeting that you had yesterday, so the whole commission, I'm sure they know, but the public, Herald, the press, and everyone can know where we're headed in terms of what you asked of him, that he should have given, probably, from the beginning. I don't want to leave here today without that happening. So and then we'll talk about maybe having another special meeting that we can discuss to continue the conversation. We can't finish it today as a suggestion to the commission, because I think it's important that we fully vet this issue, because this is serious stuff. Not only serious stuff because we have a police chief who has accused 3 elected officials of criminal activity, but also a police chief who has performed a number of acts that Commissioner Carollo very eloquently outlined, that I have here also, and I have additional ones, that is a subject that's worthy of our attention. So we'll talk about that after, but I just want to make sure that we don't leave here today without, and I'm sorry for the interruption, but I want to make sure that I'm clear. And I want to talk about the special commission meeting now. We can do that a little bit later. We can have the conversation, but I do want to have it.
Yeah.
If we don't go through what we need to go through.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes, I believe that all the everything that Commissioner Carollo has brought up light should be included in that investigation that we want to do. You see, and I think that we must wait until the investigation is completed. Because I don't want to make any decision, I don't want to vote on anything right now until the investigation is over. Because that's the only way that we're going to clear the air. You see, I want everything that has been exposed here, all the questions that we have about the chief, any questions that he brought up about us or about any other employees should come should be investigated and that report as soon as possible. And then when that investigation is completed and is presented to us, then I will agree on a special meeting and that is presented to the city manager, and then the city manager will act according to what he thinks is best for the city.
My only concern, if I may, Mr. Chair, is that those investigations take time, and while those investigations are taking place, all these doubts and all these lies and innuendo are up there and are out there, and no one's answering them. And I completely agree. I think we all voted for the investigation.
Yes.
The problem is that we may not even get there. The way things are going, perhaps, I don't know. So the point is that if this ends some other way, who knows? Because it could. Politics is unpredictable. It may end earlier, and maybe all those questions will never be answered. And they'll stay there forever. They'll linger, and people have some doubt as to whether any of that 8-page memo will always be out there unanswered and uninvestigated.
Okay.
And, he'll move to somewhere else maybe.
The undiscovered country.
I'm not saying I want a special, I want one. But if the body doesn't want to have one, that's fine. I'm just telling you that I think it's important that we answer every allegation, every lie in that memo. He's a great reformer, as Commissioner Carroll calls him. I think he's a great deceiver and a great pretender.
Well,
and at the end of the day, I want to know, and I want the public to know. And I want the media to know. And I want everybody, the people that are still here, no matter how long it takes, that this guy's a liar.
Okay. The only way that that's going to be answered is through this investigation. And Madam City Attorney, are you moving into, real fast and getting all the investigators and assigning them different, different parts of the investigation so that we don't have only one person investigating and it will take forever?
We have a list of people that my office is looking at, and we hope to have someone on board at the beginning of the week.
At the beginning of the week, that is by Monday or Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay. And I think that it is, in my opinion, is of the utmost importance to clear the air and to answer everything that had been stated in that memo, and also in all the other doubts that we have now. It is through a thorough investigation that will come to the public, and that investigation be conducted by people that are totally detached from the city of Miami. People with experience, prosecutors, investigators, whatever. People that have no tie to the city of Miami, and when they present that, that is going to be the only way that we can clear the air and answer all the accusations that had been stated in that memo, and that's my position, and I want to see that investigation. And I want to go further along this. Even if the chief resigns tomorrow, I want the investigation to continue.
One thing's got nothing to do with the other, Commissioner.
Okay.
I think I was very thorough on the different investigations that Mr. Ortiz did for the chief, and the chief stopping reprimands of the police chief. And just to give you a little bit of the sense, precisely what the editorial in the Herald instructed him not to do, the chief. They want me to listen to the editorial of the Herald now, but he didn't listen to them then, and they forget, when it's convenient. For the pay period of August 20th, 2021, Mr. Ortiz, what we have gotten from personnel is 30 hours of overtime. The September 3rd, 2021, 36 hours of overtime. The September 17, 2021, 53 hours in overtime. And the October 1st, which is today, pay period that he got from the past couple of weeks, 65 hours in overtime. So you see how it's been going up in the pay periods. I figure the 65 hours is because of the deep, extensive investigation on the chief's car. So, maybe that's what he was. But, this man is no reformer. This man is the last thing this city needed, another politician masquerading behind a badge. How can you be a reformer and be protecting someone like Javi Ortiz that has been the one police officer in the city that's had the most complaints out of anywhere? And I think it's at least $600,000 or so that have had to be paid in lawsuits to settle them because of his actions. Something like 50 plus that I'm reading from different stories here, complaints against him. Now, is this a reformer? He, by the former acting chief, former chief, they had him in a place where he had limited contact with the public. This chief was the one that got him out, got him a 5% raise, and look at all the overtime. And in the middle of that still, he manages to break some additional rules and orders. He's going to be reprimanded, and who comes to his rescue? The fake reformer, Mr. Acevedo, the fake reformer, the fake reformer. In case the Herald forgets, maybe you guys weren't listening last time. I don't know what I have to do. We got to put the pictures up. If you want me to, maybe, we'll try to arrange it, But confidential memorandum at the time, no longer confidential because it was out into the domain, from Commissioner,
Yeah. Get it straight.
M.K. Nibbins, Assistant
Yeah.
Commissioner from the
J.K.
California
Rowling,
Highway
yeah.
Patrol. And it's Chief Acevedo. It says, indeed, you violated a fundamental trust the department placed in you as a field training officer to remain objective and ensure your interaction with a trainee are above reproach. This is a female trainee, Chuck, Joey.
A female.
It says, the preponderance of the evidence demonstrates that you did in fact have in your possession such pictures and that the photographs were shown either purposely or inadvertently to at least one supervisory and managerial employee. This is based on your admissions and or the statements of the other parties involved. The existence of pictures is not the department's concern, but once other employees had seen or become aware of them, a nexus to your employment was created. Your actions and the resulting consequence have damaged the department's reputation. In addition, your actions indicate a pattern of poor judgment with regard to the personal relationships you have engaged in with female departmental personnel.
What?
Such behavior is intolerable for any employee, but is even more detrimental and credibility damaging when committed by a supervisory, managerial, and command level personnel. Chuck, in plain English, in case you guys didn't hear last time, you refused to publish this.
Los
If it
cartos
would have
narcos.
been me, or him, or any of us Cubans, it would have been front page in the paper, and we would have stopped every day, every day, every day.
Again.
Plain English, and I quoted from even Supreme Court lawsuits that were even more explicit. This had to do with Mr. Acevedo taking photographs of a female officer that was a trainee under him while she was performing oral sex on him. And then he showed it to, as the memo says here, others. Now, maybe in your Me Too movement and Nancy Akram's Me Too movement, if
Los
it's
cartos
your
narcos.
SOB, it doesn't count. But you guys are so hypocritical that when he takes the Houston Chronicle to write a fair story, a balanced story of what happened last meeting, and we can't even get that from our local newspaper. And then I get an editorial that's accusing me of being the worst thing that's happened to Miami since Attila the Hun rampaged through Asia and Europe. And that this is typical and so on. Well, let me remind the head of the editorial board, Nancy Akram, when she was part of the editorial board, when we had a fair and objective, more newspaper, unfortunately we still had some rotten reporters that just got lazy over the years. But it was a different Miami Herald, not like the new Miami Herald. And Ms. Akram was part of the editorial board when they endorsed me, when I ran for commissioner back then and got elected. She was part of that same editorial board when they endorsed me when I ran for mayor twice. And she was part of the same editorial board when, after I was out of office, only that I can remember or know of, the second time that the Miami Herald has done that for any elected official. The first was former Democrat Governor Reuben Askew, a favor of the Herald always. And the other was me. They wrote 2 editorial pieces praising our job. And in mine, it started by saying, "Thank you, Mayor Carollo." And then it went on in talking and giving me a lot of praise. And in one particular paragraph, he said, when Miami was at its worst, Mayor Carollo was at his best. But now they seem to forget that they were part of that editorial board when it was a balanced newspaper. Now that it's the new Miami Herald, they try to forget that and change it. That's why I'm proud to have gone on, and I was being scolded already, "You're late." I said, well, I am, but I had something more important than your editorial meeting for endorsement. I had a groundbreaking for affordable housing in my district, but I won't take long. I'm just here to let you know I do not want your endorsement. I'll be clear on that.
That's very clear.
So-
All of that was for that?
You know, I could go into many other areas. I could discuss my colleagues, how Mr. Acevedo came on at least 2 occasions to badmouth some of my colleagues, which I was surprised. I've never seen a police chief do that one either. I'm sure he's done the same thing to some of you. I remember, and I never spoke to him outside of the dais here. I never have spoken to him about Camacho. But he did come to me to tell me about all the different phone calls that he said were there between Camacho and other people and how they were going to be arrested and so on.
So forth.
Gee, isn't that interfering, giving information out, or whatever he wants to call it? But let me finish it at this, okay?
Oh, God.
The only person that has been interfering with investigations
Let me guess.
in the city of
Everyone
Miami
else but you?
is Art Acevedo. He took out the major of internal affairs. He took out a captain out of internal affairs. He took out another major that is sued, an African-American major that has sued him also, because they wouldn't write what he wanted. He didn't want a major in internal affairs or a captain that were not going to put in their reports what he wanted. That's called interference. I don't care if you're the chief of police or not. These investigations are supposed to be independent. He didn't want them that way. That's why he came to me twice, asking me to bring to the commission and do away with the ordinance and resolutions that we have that does not allow the Miami Police Department to investigate elected officials. They have to send it out to another department because he wanted to be good to us. He didn't want this cloud of anybody would ever falsely accuse us of something to linger for a year plus 2 years. He could take care of it quickly. Oh yeah, he could take care of it quickly. So, my colleagues, I could go on into a lot more.
Please do.
I have additional information that is pretty eye-opener, but I want to be absolutely sure before I proceed with it. So I'll spend a few more days seeing if I get the correctness or not of it.
What did he say?
Mr. Manager, did we lose you somewhere?
You lost us hours ago, you lunatic, you buffoon, you clown, you circus freak.
Mr. Manager.
Where's my logo, for crying out loud? Get to the real stuff here.
Are there going to be other commissioners that want to discuss SP1?
Oh my God, please.
I don't know if anybody else wants to discuss.
I'm going to want to discuss something.
Oh, I want to discuss a couple
I
of things.
But I want to wait for Commissioner Carrera to finish.
Yeah, well, all that I have to say is,
Just let me set the evening, please, because we're going into our 6th hour, and we need to have some predictability of how far we're going to go here tonight.
I need just a couple more minutes.
Couple of more
On this
hours.
item. On the budget.
I'm
I
on
think it'd be
page
fairly
2.
quick in what I need to do.
But I gotta go. I have a previous engagement. It's a family affair. And I thought that it was going to take about 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours at the most. And if you want to continue some other time, but not in special. And not on a Friday either.
We could do it on Monday.
Okay, I think that everything has to be said about this, has been said.
Well, no.
Everybody.
Commissioner, I haven't even said it. I said
Well,
very little.
do you have anything to add to this?
I do, but.
Okay, well-
I do, but it's gonna take a considerable amount of time.
I mean,
It's not something that's gonna happen in 5 minutes, 10
I
minutes.
still, I'm still totally, concentrated in getting that investigation on gear, trying to make it as fast as can be done. And I'm looking forward with the result of that investigation that I know that is going to take every single point that has been brought by Commissioner Carollo. And if you have any other points, please.
I have many.
Submit it to the city attorney, and that's it. And let's get going. Let's get going, and as soon as we have that, then I think that the city manager will have enough evidence to make, I will hope, a smart decision.
He wants to get the hell out of there.
But I definitely have to go.
Enjoy your evening, Commissioner.
Yes, I'm going to try to do that. I'm not dressed for the occasion. I will have to get my.
You look fine to me, Commissioner.
Okay.
Jeez.
Okay, but thank you very much to all of you and everybody and the dais. Thank you very much.
Yes,
And have a
Amadeus.
very nice
Thank
weekend.
You too.
Good night. Commissioner Carollo, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
Commissioner Watson, did you want to say something?
Yeah, while Commissioner Carollo is.
Who the hell is that? Wake him up.
Let me say something right quick.
He's having a nightmare and a
I
dream.
think that the unfortunate irony of where we are at this point is that some of what we've done pretty good has gotten lost.
Yeah,
And I think that clearly we, City of Miami, live in an environment that's both political
Nightmare.
and legislative.
Mm.
And so I really do understand from the moment that allegations were made against my colleagues of record that were pretty egregious by anybody's account, a lot of which most people never saw. And I do agree in some respect, if you have not seen, then you will not understand what's going on here. So I just want to speak to that right quick.
Okay.
I think it's important. Anytime anyone is alleged to have done something,
Anything.
the first thing you want to do is refute what's been done. And so I do understand after reading, in hindsight, Commissioner Russell's decision not to be here on Monday and what that meant, because then we were taken to another level of action because, of course, under some sort of circumstances that would be standard, those allegations should have been reported, if they exist, to
Immediately.
proper authority.
Wait a minute.
And so it is fair, if you talk about democracy, you are seeing it at work. It is fair that my colleagues get an opportunity
This is
to
democracy.
sit and now respond in the public before any investigation are done to the allegations that were made. I think what got lost from my perspective was the fact that we did now push ourselves to a level of almost
Absurdity.
congressional authority. Whether you deal with the political implications after the fact or not, if you impanel an investigative body in order to look at it and you bring about prosecutorial actions, then that should take its course. However, in a political world, allegations are made, and my colleagues want to and should fairly be able to give their recount or refute, however you want to call it, of those things that's been said. And some of it rises to an occasion that they should refute it, and some of it becomes the political theater that often happens in any sort of environment like this. And so to all of you who sit, have to or not, it is important to understand that I think some did come out of it, because the resolution was not done and designed to target the chief. The resolution was done and designed to give anybody, department director, an opportunity to come towards a panel and have their voices heard without political interference. Because the public safety guy is always the guy that's in the hot seat for whatever reason, good, bad, or indifferent, reformer or continuation of good things or to get rid of bad. It becomes the sort of thing that becomes real political. And so I just wanted to say that because I do believe that that was a good outcome. And although we're going to try to move that investigative body and process fairly quickly, when one now sends out public, puts things in the public that is not transpired, then of course the first thing you want to do, be it us, we're all human, okay? We're entitled to want to now defend ourselves, or you would want to now speak up and refute whatever things you think are not said properly against you. And so bear in mind, be it whoever it is, writing or viewing, that's what we're doing. That's all we're doing, and that's what you asked for. And so from that perspective, I just wanted to say that before we went on to additional comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Watson. You're recognized, Commissioner Croy, until you're finished.
Thank you.
Oh, God, no. Till you're finished.
Mr. Manager, I've gone through
Hell and
series
back
of
listening to this.
items today, but in particular, there's several that I think you've acknowledged that you need to review sooner rather than later.
God help
Whatever
us.
this panel that is going to be put together with the city attorney, finding attorneys, does.
God help us.
Should be separate of whatever you do, and you have a fiduciary responsibility also to quickly get to the bottom of it. And you don't need to be waiting forever and months for the bottom of something. You know, in life, it's a lot easier to destroy than to build. And this man hasn't built anything here. He just came here to destroy it, to try to destroy a good department that, not perfect, but a good department with good people that had good leadership. And he's basically told the whole world that none of our leadership is worth its salt, that none of them are capable to even be a deputy police chief in our department. My God. And he's going to build up the morale and be a reformer in doing that. And then when his record is just the opposite, unfortunately, we did not bet him like we should have. But when his record is just the opposite, he's going to hide behind this baloney that I'm a reformist and they're interfering with me reforming the department. The only one that has interfered here is him. Mr. Manager, I'll be happy to give you a long list of some of our best police officers, from ranking ones to non-ranking ones, and anything in the middle, that'll be willing to talk to you and give you information if you protect them. He's got a whole department that's in fear of being fired, having their lives destroyed, because that's what his history has been.
Am I going to make it to the end of
And
this?
it's shown
Never.
here.
Nope.
I just one more item that I want to bring up to you and see if you can send me the information.
Yeah. The Pony Express.
For years, whatever retreat there has been in the police department of the command staff, it's always been done locally. I think they go to the PBA offices, they rent them, and they have their retreat there. I order some food, doesn't cost much. The reformer wanted to start reforming like in the uniforms, the batons, and some of the other things that I pointed out. And he talks about the family and planned, well, I think I pointed it, the family and planned.
Is there somebody outside my window? Somebody making a lot of noise out there.
The Chief Acevedo took a retreat out not that long ago. It was to the Florida Keys.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Maybe, Frank Michelle recommended it to him. But I'd like to know how much money we spent on hotels, on food, and everything else that was spent there. Because this is a pattern. He thinks he's with his rich buddies, and they're going to be able to spend whatever they want. This is another example of what a fraud this guy is in being a reformist. None of our former chiefs did that. But this guy that makes $438,000 a year between salary and benefits, the reformist, that's what he did.
What's over here? Shit.
Mr. Manager, to finish my part before Commissioner Diaz-Portilla begins his, and then hopefully we could quickly get into
Oh, Dios
the
mío.
budget amendment part. Again, for the record,
For the record.
has Chief Acevedo come to you with any complaints up until last week with the passing statements that you stated, that he said, on police officers being abusive in the sense of using force on any of our residents, and higher-ups covering it up?
I want a hat.
No, there's been no briefing and/or information disseminated with regards to any specifics to that regard, no.
And for all the media that's covering this, please, you have an obligation to put that out there, because it is not fair to the women and men in the Miami Police Department for this individual, this transplant from out of town, that is not a reformer, to come here and put all of them in question. Just because he's scrambling like a rat that doesn't know where to jump from a ship in the middle of the ocean. I think on some of the other allegations that I asked you about us, you were very clear. So, Commissioner Diaz-Portilla, you're on.
Thank you. Recognize, Commissioner.
Let me tell you what I'm going to do. There is, I wanted a full dais. I wanted Commissioner Reyes here also, because he was also a victim of these accusations, these malicious lies. But I want to make it clear that this is not only a defense of elected up here, that we're defending ourselves. It's also a defense of all the good men and women that risk their lives every day.
Patriots.
For us, the men and women of our Miami Police Department. That's very, very clear and very important to know. We're here to say that this department has many, many good officers. Sure, in everything in life, there's a couple bad here and there, but this guy is no reformer.
Few bad apples.
This guy's an outsider that came here to judge.
The carpetbagger.
An executioner. He has no right to do any of this.
He has no rights.
Commissioner Roy has outlined clearly a lot of the things that I have on my list also. What I'm going to do better is I'm going to do my own memo over the weekend.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Manager.
Let's listen
I'm
up.
gonna do my own memo. But a memo with the truth in it.
Ideal memo.
I'm gonna include some of Commissioner Carollo's, but I'm not gonna be repetitive or redundant. I'm gonna put it all in a couple of paragraphs. You know what they are. Been very clear.
Look at that. Extremely
And I had
clear.
an entire,
And
many things to talk
concise,
about.
very
I think
concise.
Commissioner Reyes probably will have eventually. I believe that Commissioner Watson is correct that the investigation and what this body does are two different things. Two different things. We have a right to defend ourselves, but more importantly, defending ourselves will be gone eventually from public life. We have a right to defend the integrity and the reputation of the good men and women of this Miami Police Department. And I'll be damned if I allow any outsider with his record from Los Angeles to Austin to Houston, and now in just 5 short months here, his horrible, unethical record of behavior in all his entire career, documented. All the things that Commissioner Carollo has spoken about, fully documented, factual, to go unanswered by this commission, because we're here as all of us, all 5, as a duly elected officials of the city of Miami. If people don't want us here, they can vote us out of office. No one voted for this guy.
I think somebody's coming in my second floor
He
window.
wasn't vetted well enough. But with all due fairness, you know, many times we make choices and we think are good choices at the beginning, and then we find out along the way it was a wrong choice. We find out, we use this football analogy all over the time, Tom Brady, Michael Jordan, you know, that's why coaches have scouting teams, because they create a process, and we go through that process, and then we have finalists, and then we pick from the finalists. So then you have a process, and if it goes bad, then you blame it on the process, because you blame it on the process. It's the fault of the process. But if you don't have a process, and you bypass it, we
blame
run
you.
into these kind of situations. So that's something for future debate about how we're going to pick future police chiefs.
Yes. Back to the future.
But the idea that we can have someone who doesn't understand this, who doesn't even understand the culture, because he's not a Cuban American from Miami, the culture of the majority of the citizens of Miami,
Believe this?
who's been offensive to, he fired the highest ranking Jewish police officer. He fired the highest ranking African American female. He fired, or he demoted, I'm sorry. He fired the highest ranking.
Second highest.
Second highest. Well, I think Ms. Goss, Officer Goss is the highest, but she's Haitian American. I'm talking African American.
Buffoons.
He fired the highest ranking Hispanic female officer. And the list goes on and on. So this is not about a defense of the Cuban American community. Of course it is, that's part of it. But it goes beyond that. This is about a guy who comes here to try to impose his will in an arbitrary way without due process, because on a whim, if he doesn't like someone, he destroys their careers. Because when you tarnish people, when you fire them, when you demote them, when you suspend them without cause, what you're
Throughout
doing
the
is you're
state,
tarnishing somebody's career.
telling-
You're putting a blemish on their record. And that has to be answered. And who is going to answer it if not the elected officials of the city of Miami? Of course you have an investigation. An investigation, we all know, whether the city attorney starts on Monday, they drag on. This all stays lingering. People are wondering, is it true, is it not? The media writes whatever they want to write, as Commissioner Carollo said, or say whatever they want to say, independent of the facts, independent of the truth. And then we are here left, and the police officers that have been blemished and tarnished remain blemished and tarnished for months sometimes. So if we're not going to have a special meeting, I will do my own memo, and I will submit it to you, Mr. Manager, and you'll include it in whatever decision you make over the course of the next 4 or 5 days. But before we finish, I would like for the manager, if you indulge me, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, to at least tell us what happened yesterday, what directives you gave the police chief,
And talk slowly.
what you're expecting from that police chief moving forward in the next 3 days, 72 hours,
Be very detailed.
so that the public knows that you also recognize there's a problem with this guy. That he has not done, when you mentioned to me that he submitted a crime plan yesterday at your request, you have to request it. And to me, that's extremely concerning. So I want you, for the public, the press, and I'm sure our colleagues know already, because I've spoken to everyone, what those directives were, what plan of actions you're gonna require from him. And I also want you, when I submit my memo to you, which I'll probably have, now I gotta put all this together and sort of get it to you maybe by late tomorrow night. And you can have that
Dios
information,
memo.
any additional things that you can look at as you move forward in your decision-making process. We all understand here that
Oh,
you're the
we
guy.
get it. You're the guy. You're the man.
The victim,
Nope.
and you're the guy's gotta decide what you're gonna do with him.
You're the decider.
You own this one.
This is you.
And not
Me.
It's not
It's
a
not me.
statement on your competence or lack
No
of competence. It's
There's
simply
no semen
a
anywhere.
statement on the fact that that's what our city charter says. And what we're doing here today is simply questioning this gentleman and what he's done to this police department and what he said about these elected officials and the integrity of that police department, the reputation of that police department. Because the most important thing we do as a government is keep our people safe. They have to have faith in their police officers. And when people don't feel that way, or they feel that there's something corrupt about our police department, there's something that needs to be reformed.
A reform,
or
if you will. Change.
It also said there's a culture in
And
the
a
police
cult.
department. What's it talking about?
What is it? What does it mean?
That's what we want to know. So I'll submit this memo to you at maybe as late as Sunday, but I'll try to do it by tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And if you could please tell me what you did yesterday when you met with the chief yesterday afternoon at 3:15. And thank you, commissioners, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to give to at least have a short time. I know everybody's tired. I know we have to have another part of the meeting, but at least to give an opportunity of what my thinking was and what I'm planning to do, so that the public knows where we're going to head. But I'm also very courteous to the fact that it's been a long day, that we have other things to do, and I respect not only the public but my colleagues that they're also tired and they want to go home. But I think we all understand the importance of this issue. Probably the most important department, no, not probably, the most important department head in our city is our police chief, above any other. And that's why dedicating the time to this matters to this commission.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there any further discussion on SP1?
Oh, God.
I just said that I want the manager to walk us through.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're asking for a response.
So
from the
basically,
guidance
you had tuned me out.
No shit.
You ground me out or you tuned me out?
Oh, my
I
God.
apologize.
That's all right.
Mr. Manager, you have the floor. It's been requested. What directives you've given to the chief over the last 72 hours?
So there was a letter issued to him, right, which covered a number of particular initiatives and strategies, of which he is to present a plan to me by Monday, by end of business on Monday. I'm happy to share that memo with you, and I will distribute it so you all have it. I'll do it before
Breaking news. This just in.
but it was
700,000
very
Americans
clear. It requires
died of
an
COVID.
action plan.
New York Times reporting just minutes ago.
Address
700,000.
and timing, the timeliness of those in terms of when they need to be achieved. That's what the plan should address, and it has a set of milestones embedded in it. So that memo, or it's really in the form of a letter, I'll distribute to all of you before the end of the day.
Does that satisfy you, Commissioner?
Well, you distribute all everything you gave me, you're going to give to the rest of the commissioners.
Yeah.
I would appreciate if you could send it
Ay,
to me,
Dios memo.
tonight, at
Yeah.
least by tomorrow morning.
How about right now?
No, we'll make copies and I'll get it to everybody.
And what I wanted, if I may, through you, Chair, what I wanted,
Through the
Mr.
chair.
Manager, is for the public to hear.
Yes.
Not, we're commissioners and we're gonna get all the information. Are they?
Public's going to hear it because the press is going to ask for it. So I'm
Of
sure it'll
course,
be published
yeah.
in a newspaper.
So
and radio
it's the
tomorrow.
directives. And
So they'll have access to all of
They'll
these.
have everything that you spoke about, everything that you asked of him.
Yes.
In yesterday's meeting.
Yep.
Okay, that's good enough for me then.
Mr. Manager, if I may, Chair. It took you asking for something that a real reformer would have had for you in the first week. At worst. Because he took quite a bit of time before coming over. What is going to happen, and I know already that's happening, is that everything you've given him, he's going to be going on the phone so he could be speaking to Billy and the other one and
The
this
other-
one. And
oh,
the
Billy Corbin,
editorial
maybe,
and
the other
everybody
one?
that he's calling to come at us and to let us have it.
You deserve
He
it.
really doesn't understand Miami. And I'll tell you, he hasn't met someone like me yet, because I'm not putting up with his crap. No matter what threats, no matter what happens. I understand now how he lasted the time that he did in Houston and Austin. If in less than 6 months he puts a memo like this out, imagine what he had these guys under. Yeah, Commissioner. Do away with the ordinance and resolution that we can't investigate you, that we got to send it to another department. I'll make sure you're okay. I'll protect you and do it quickly. Yeah, my foot, he was going to do that. He was basically asking me to give him the bullet to put in my head and the bullets to put in each one of our heads so he could do whatever he wants. Why did he take the GPS out of all these undercover vehicles?
Where
Why,
was he
Mr.
going?
Manager?
Where was he?
And look, you know that I could be bringing a lot more things out. You know it.
Oh, please, leave it
And
in.
I'm being
Don't bring it out. My God.
polite.
Ay, Dios, memo.
But Mr. Manager, don't think for 1 minute that if I have to, I'm not going to lay it all out,
No,
and I will
please don't.
if it comes to that. But I'm not going to be like one of these councilmen or mayors over in Texas that's petrified because what is he going to bring out on me? We can't get rid of him because he knows too much. What is he going to say? What is he going to do? We've given you enough for you to be able to make a decision on yourself with facts. Did you know, for instance, Mr.
Oh,
Manager,
Jesus,
what I
Mary
brought
and
out here on
Joseph.
the reprimand that had been written on Ortiz, and that he gave an order to do away with it? Did you know that?
Lord.
No, sir.
Don't you think that you sit with that major, a good African-American woman, decent, that he demoted, and find out from her what happened and give her the protection she requires? To sit with the former major of SIS, the former captain, and many other people, and find out what orders he gave them. Why did he take them out of their positions? What did he want them to do in investigations that they didn't do that cost them their positions and rank?
Damn it.
Last but not least, Mr. Manager,
Oh, thank God.
the assignment that you gave him that he should have had in the first week, if not the first day, I'm going to tell you what he's going to be doing this weekend. What I stated, and not doing anything, because he's going to give it, and has given it already, to his assistant chiefs and others to do it for him. So I don't know what you could do as manager to put an order, but if this guy is Mr. Wonderful, he can do it himself and see what he comes up with. But that's up to you. You're the manager.
You're the
You
man.
decide. You have that power.
You're the decider.
But what you're going to get, it's not going to be anything he puts down in writing. It's going to be what our people, the ones that he says are not qualified, are going to write for him.
Of course.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion?
Anything
on
else?
SB1
Anybody have anything else?
from the dais?
Anyone?
Seeing none, I'll close discussion on SP1 and we'll take up SP2, discussion on amendments to
Oh,
the city's budget.
Yes.
You recognize.
Who do we have here that can represent the PD and the budget?
We have the budget department.
Excuse me?
The entire budget department's here.
Okay, well, can I get whoever can walk me through
To the bathroom?
as of the last budget hearing that we had, when I wasn't here because I was taking care of not only family medical issues, but I was also in the restroom at the same time. So I didn't get back before it was voted upon. I thought it wouldn't be that quickly, but he was.
Yeah. Oh.
So if I could get someone from the PD that can answer some minimal
We set up
questions.
25 different.
While we're waiting for that, I'd like to ask the manager or city attorney to help us understand the process by which we would amend the budget at this point if an amendment is proffered. I believe we're starting our new budget cycle today.
7:04, Friday, October 1st.
Tallahassee? So just like to understand the procedures through which we would amend the budget. Mr. Casamayor.
Good evening, Commissioners. Fernando Casamayor, Assistant City Manager. Yes, our fiscal year starts today. State statute allows governing bodies to modify their budgets throughout the year.
All right.
Even though they're typically called mid-years, they can happen anytime during the fiscal year.
So this would be a mid-year amendment.
Let's see if I can mute this. Oh, I did mute it.
The initial budget.
Excellent.
So,
But Mr. Chair, right quick, let me,
just a moment. Commissioner Watson and then Commissioner Correa.
if this is mid-year, then are we now exempt from mid-year?
No.
No, we can do as many mid-years as
This is
we want.
not
okay.
a mid-year amendment. I was the city manager,
All right.
and I know how to do them.
Oh, God. All right. We're muting that. Goodbye. Let's bring on one of our favorites. He's the governor from hell, everybody, Ron DeSantis. Yeah. Ugh.
We set up 25 different sites throughout the state, telling people that early treatment saves lives. What we were seeing is when we had the Delta surge, most of the people being admitted to the hospital not only didn't get monoclonal antibodies, they didn't even know about monoclonal antibodies. This was not something that people like Fauci were talking about. And so we helped raise the profile and also expand access. And the results are the statewide hospital census for COVID patients has gone down 34 days in a row. Our hospital admissions on a daily basis have gone down about 75%.
No more negative articles.
So this works. This works. And here's the thing, when it was apparent that it worked, that is when the Biden administration decided to take from Florida and to cut our allotment. And so what we had to do, and the reason is they control all the Regeneron. They have a deal with them. So they dramatically cut our supply. So what we did a deal with GlaxoSmithKline, who also has an effective monoclonal antibody called Sotrovimab. So we now have that in the state of Florida. And our message to Floridians is we want to get you the treatment you need, and Biden doesn't want to give it to you, but I'm going to come hell or high water, do whatever I can to get it for you.
Oh, God. Get them off my screen. Oh. Well, that was a fantastic stream, everybody. Thanks for being here as I leave you with the purple, glowing magic city of Miami on this Friday, October the 1st, where it's about 80 degrees, beautiful, palm trees, sunny. And I hope you will follow me on all social media accounts. I'm going to be teaming up, I think, with some Florida Twitch streamers. And we're going to Twitch the hell out of this state. So follow me on Twitch if wherever you're listening is not Twitch. The hell, 5 hours of this? Ideo memo. Let's get on the metro rail and get the hell out of here.